looking piece of picture, well, a blonde looking wood in a picture, and says, how can I get redwood to look like this? Well, if you've worked with redwood, you know that you're not going to make it blonde, because there's a reason it's called redwood. It has a natural red, darker tone to it. You can't get it to a pale blonde honey color and actually keep it, nice. It doesn't work that way. And the employee looks at the guy and says, I'm sorry, you can't do that. And the customer goes, but yeah, you can. Fucking AI showed me this. This is a picture and it says you can do it this way. And the guy's like, no, you really can't do that. It doesn't work that way. But the customer insists, and he goes off and buys the stuff and goes out and stains the wood, comes back and is complaining that it didn't work. Well, of course it didn't work, you dumbass. You can't make redwood blonde. It is redwood, literally in the name, redwood. What? And this is just basic. I mean, basic logical things. I mean, we can go back and tie it all the way back into the fact that school systems don't actually teach logic, and that people don't understand 1 and 1 is 2 anymore, and we could go off on that forever. That is why AI can be a problem. AI can do great things. AI can be a fantastic boon to human development. The problem is the people, and I'm just gonna say it because it is what I believe. This is fully what I believe. The large majority of humans out there are not as far along the evolutionary scale as others. And this has nothing to do with color. It has, some of it has to do with color, but not mostly. There are plenty of people of all skin tones that are just not far enough along to be allowed to do this stuff. In the end, this isn't about anything but the fact that if you can't sit down and look at a piece of redwood and understand that you are not going to be able to take a finish to it. You're not going to be able to take a stain to it and make it look like a piece of blonde pine. Then maybe you shouldn't be allowed to use AI. maybe you shouldn't be allowed to do a lot of things. But I also firmly believe that there are people in this world who need to work. And by work, I don't mean they need to have a job. I mean, everybody should have a job because it is important to provide for yourself in your life. That there are people who are definitely not made to lead. They need somebody else to tell them what to do. And that's okay. It's okay if you're a person who needs somebody else to tell you what to do. The problem is when you are a person who needs somebody else to tell you what to do, and everybody else has been telling you your whole life, no, anybody can do this. Anybody is smart enough to do this. If you really want that, you can go out and do it. And then they put that person who has no idea how to self-actualize, has no idea how to self-realize, has no internal monologue, and puts them in a position where they are trying to lead people. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. There are some people who can't handle having all this free time because they don't know what to do with themselves. And then they get themselves all stressed out and they start to worry and they start thinking, well, what about these other people who are also stressed out and worried? And then they get together and then they do stupid things like make up issues that don't actually exist. like there not being enough women in gaming and shit like that. That is where that shit comes from. Is the fact that there are a whole bunch of people out there who have absolutely nothing else to do with their time and are just so stressed out that they need somewhere to put it. They need somewhere to go with it. And so they come into something else that has nothing to do with them, make up a problem, and then try to solve that problem. It's government. Government's the problem.
The return of a friend is always moving.
Okay, yeah. It all leads back to government. It all leads back to people who don't understand that the way they think, that what they think, that everything going on in their weird little head isn't in fact reality. That not everybody's like me. That life doesn't work like that. That they have to have the self-awareness to be able to know that that's not always, that's not how that works. That reality is different. That you have to let people who are in the moment and the know and do the thing, and you can't centralize every decision just because you can't handle deciding how to do. And here I was worried that we wouldn't have time to talk. I wouldn't have enough time to talk about it. God damn it. Here I was worried I wouldn't have enough things to talk about. That's what I was trying to say. But I want to talk about one other thing real quick. So we talked about the YouTube partner changing. So the next thing to talk about is, while that is happening, at the same time,
Let's go.
the creator program on X is changing. Now, I happened to get into the creator program on X because I made a post over a year ago? Close to a year ago? Somewhere? I retweeted a post that I literally, it was a post where they were taking a blowtorch to Oreos and trying to make a big deal about the fact that Oreos didn't catch fire. Well, the Oreos don't catch fire, my friend, because they are not built to. They don't have... The compounds of an Oreo are just not made to catch fire. It's not because they're bad for you. They're bad for you. That's for entirely different reasons. You can also take a blowtorch to broccoli and it's not going to catch fire. Why? Because it's got a high moisture content. It's just the way it is. The chemicals, the sugars, and everything in an Oreo, instead of catching fire, they melt. They bind together. It's like making glass or caramel. I mean, that's what they do. They just get more caramelized. There's nothing to really catch fire, you know. It's just like, there's nothing to really catch fire in a piece of broccoli. It has absolutely nothing to do with how healthy they are or are not for you. So, but that post went, I mean, I got like 12 million views or something on that. 12 million impressions on that post. It was hilarious. The fact that one sentence that I just kind of threw out there went just crazy was hilarious. Very funny. And, you know, at the time, the rule was 5 million impressions. I don't remember how many followers. I think it was just 500 followers. And, you know, 5 million impressions. And you could join the creator program. So I joined. That was really the only good payout I ever got out of the program. I think I managed to get 100 or something a couple other times, but yeah, not the last, well, basically since the beginning of the year. I think I got $65 out of it. But, I mean, let's face it, I'm not on Twitter controversy posting all the time, so I am not good at drumming up attention on Twitter. It's something I kind of got to work on a little bit if I want to get money from them, but we'll see. The big thing is at this point, I am not going to qualify for the new program, because what they've done for the new program is they've changed things. Now, what X wants is obviously they want more people to play for premium. They want more people to be verified. I'm not 100% if you have to pay for premium to be verified. Let me double check that. So what they want is you're supposed to have 500,000 views on from home timelines over the last 90 days from verified accounts.
Added to our story.
No, that's not.
That's what a protagonist looks like.
Well, no, you need to be part of X to receive money, or you need to be part of premium to receive the money. So when they say a verified view, I'm just trying to clarify because. So yeah. So basically, if you do not have a blue check mark on X, your view on somebody's account doesn't count. And honestly, that's probably the worst thing in my case, is that I am totally happy to interact with people who do not have verified accounts. I am perfectly happy. I mean, I'll interact with anybody on X. I'm not going to change who I'm talking to just because I want to increase my payouts. But that's the thing. So, in order to get into the creator program, you have to have 500,000 views, which sounds a lot less than 5 million. It is less than 5 million, I'll give them that. But they have to be on people's home timelines, which means basically as they're scrolling through their feed naturally. And they have to be verified. So what does that mean? That means that, for example, right now, I have, wrong one. So if I look at my analytics on Twitter for the last 3 months, I have right now, my engagement's low for the last 3 months. That's fine. I have 66,000 views. Just regular views. This is how they're changing it, Matt. I have 66,000 views. Or I have 66,000 engagements. Or wait. Is it engagements or impressions I need? Hold on, I gotta double check. Da 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 da.
You're more restricted. You don't have to lose your way.
Oh, impressions. Okay. So I have 1.4 million impressions right now. Now, if I just limit that to verified impressions, I go from 1.5 million to 105,000 or 150,000 impressions. So that means I need, what, 250, 350? 250,000 impressions or so in order to get back into the creator program. And currently, my verified followers, I have, of the 7.3 thousand followers I have on Twitter, I have 1.4 thousand. Which makes me sad because I've been trying to get to the subscription point for ages, but you have to have 2,000 verified followers for that. So, in short, what that does is it takes what might look like a lot of impressions and cuts it down to only people who pay for Twitter. So, your view doesn't count on somebody's timeline, on some creator's metrics, unless you pay for it. That is the downside. And, you know, it kind of is what it is. I'm not going to sweat it because, as I said, it's not like I'm making a ton of money. The people who are making a ton of money are basically, they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to keep making money just fine. Thankfully, I have a day job. So,
Alright. We're live for real this time. And I'm done with my match. Fucking Hisweeze. Every fucking time I play goddamn ER. Every fucking time. It's the fucking Hisweeze! Certainly that's what you like to feel. What you like to experience when you choose to spend $30 in a video game. Every single fucking time. Why are you playing a character that is designed for aggressive pressure, and you play like a vegan, and you farm like a retard, and then you run towards a boss, then you try fighting a boss, when you are absorbing credits, and you're spending it on shit that you can't even use? Why? Why? It's super great to put this item in the game. Super great for this season, because effectively we've missed out on 2.5 seasons. We're at the start of a new one. But this stupid motherfucker doesn't listen to calls, doesn't listen to plays, walks all over the place, absorbs gold, takes my fucking credits from my kills, then fucking quits and dies. By himself. Alone. Rage bait. Rage bait. Anyways, hello, hi. You got a feeling if you play her more, you'll end up hating her guts and her player's guts. Hisui as a character is fine. The character is designed for exactly what it's designed for, and you know that because you played against it in the tournament. Oh my fucking god, I am so sick and tired of fucking vegans. The entire point of the character is she lives on the edge of death. If you feel safe, you're not playing her right. Because they have to not know that they win. If they know that they win, they're not going to fight you. They're going to wait for you to commit, and then they're going to encapsulate you with 3 people at once. You have to actually play like Luke. You have to play like Luke, and you have to look for picks, and you have to isolate them. I need to play with a shirt on, so I need to go put a shirt on. I have not done my laundry, so I don't have a lot of shirts to offer. And all the ones I have left are the ones that fit tight. Hello, everyone. How you doing? How's your mama? I'm fine. It's a great, wonderful Monday. Technically. I have liquor. Liquor. Not just any liquor. Soju. 2 bottles. Technically 3. I left one open. There has ever been a drink in existence that hits the street of the African American populace like it's fucking crink. It is soju. You tell a fucking man that he can buy a bottle like this for $6.99 or a bottle like this for $12, and I promise you, An African American will get stuck on that shit because it's flavored. You get to taste fruit and not be called a fruit! How great is that? Also, the dulcet tones you are listening to and hearing in the background is Horror Amarada's Abysmal Adventures. I was watching and talking while also talking to members of LAN, helping them with a couple of projects. Witness here. I was there in the chat room, hanging out. I kick-started the conversation for her so that she could be able to get on a roll, and I was just witnessing it. So what you were hearing in the background was me trying to get some games of ER in because the newest season started, and I just bought the necessary battle pass so I could get this season's lobby skin, amongst other things, because not only will I be playing in the month of not only will I be playing a full month of Deadlocked, with at least 4 hours every day, I am also still playing ER. Never stopped, technically. Melon tastes delicious. So, like I mentioned before, the plan was that we were supposed to already be done with FGS. Like, several weeks, 2 weeks, minimum, in the past, but I have a rotation of things I do weekly now that I have to do weekly, and those things have taken precedent over everything. Some of them are related to my nursing work. The other part of it is just everything was off timer. Like, the things I wanted to do were off timer, the things I wanted to focus on were off timer. So I've just been floating. But the plans that I originally put into play are still in play. So, for those of you who are playing the home game, that's what I put here in Obsidian. These plans are still in effect. We're speedrunning through Dragon Quest XI. I'm going to play Neo The World Ends With You. In the background, I want to play Friends of Mineral Town. I want to get through and finish a single file of Pal World, while also giving the community access to the dedicated server that I have set up. Then we will transition into Final Fantasy XVI, then Final Fantasy XV, and then Final Fantasy XIII through the entire month of September. There are some games I'll be playing here and there on the side, such as Craft. Craft is about to have another uptake in populace for the game. Right now, it's running 3 times experience in preparation of the next progressive realm push, as we go towards the next raid step, so level 80. If you have not made an account on Craft, it's just like if you had joined us for Turtle WoW. You will be able to join the guild that is ran by Dave, not Dev, Dave, of the DevCord. I don't remember what the name of it is called. I think it's just called something normal this time, instead of a penis joke. But, I think it's called the Gold to Be this time. Should you desire instead to run a Carl-only server group, you are more than happy to do so. Making money and earning money in the game is not that difficult and hard. This game has Wrath of the Lich King standards, and it also has much more free, open, accessible materials for using mapping. So you can be able to use the maps that exist already and follow a leveling guide to level up a character and do what you wish. I'm also still playing Deadlocked and have intention to continue playing Deadlock a lot. And in general, the entire point of everything is working us towards basically righting some historic wrongs, such as people thinking that Final Fantasy XIII and Fabula Nova Crystallis is fucking gay and lame, which it is not. Those of you who came along and were experiencing and enjoying Return of the Ancients, especially if you did so on my Dan, I hope you guys are getting all your money's worth out of 0.5. 0.5 will still be running for another like 2.5 months before they queue up for whatever the fuck's gonna happen in November. Then it's gonna be seeing what happens with launch. More than likely 0.1 will launch in December or will launch in January. I don't know which one it's gonna be. We know it's gonna happen after ExileCon. ExileCon is November. So September, November, December is gonna be that 3-month block where that shit happens. I'm skipping Exile 1. I don't really have an interest in playing Curse of the Allflame. even though they have a tempting black femme. I will not do it. I don't trust it. Even if it's my favorite company, I do not do it. I don't trust it. She looks like a witch and witch doctor. We all know what happens when you do that. You give the blacks all flame, and all of a sudden they become pirates. But yeah, Power World, a bunch of shit that I have in the background that I should play, that I have not gotten to play, that I need to begin playing and finishing, so that I can work my way through the backlog. Ni no Kuni 1 is waiting. Ni no Kuni 2 is waiting. Expedition 33, my public file, is waiting. My public file needs to be completed on camera. My private file is already done off camera. So there's all that. And just in general, get through the rest of any of the showcases that I have yet to see and have yet to premiere. And then get on track with the shit that I already had in planning for VsChats. Like, I wanted to do the Jillian Michael Surrounded. Like, month ago. 2 months ago. A month and a half ago. Didn't get to do it because Jay has been out of a fucking house. The Empire of Stout's been on hold because she finally found a place, but she needs to get her shit together. There's a bunch of stuff in the background that, the things that depend on other people, I can't do them because I need the other people to do them. And then everything else, I'm starting to circulate myself because I'm tired of waiting. It is what it is. And give me some time to figure out the dedicated server functions for Don't Starve Together, because then I'll have one of those going up too. If I can even manage that. Pretty sure I'll have to pay for it. Like, all these things are happening. And the rebrand's coming down the pipeline as well, so there's that too. Silly question. Are there any chances of me giving Helldivers 2 another go? Maybe. It's a hard cut maybe. Because then I'd have to revisit the artwork that I originally had requested of Lenore and figure out how I want to bring it back together and make it into something that's centered around my audience rather than making it centered around the entirety of the game's audience. Because I really wanted How It's Killed to be good. I really did. But I lost the desire to create for it because it's like, these niggas are just as bad as these niggas that are inside of Rivals and these niggas that are inside of Deadlock. How can I help the community grow when the community doesn't know what the community actually is or means? And that's a game that's public. Deadlock is behind a participation wall. And they have shown, as if you have been watching any of the reviews of the session or any of the sessions that are available, that they will actively throw matches away because they don't like hearing other people's voices. So if they're doing that there, what are they doing inside the PvE game? Oh, the same exact shit. And worse. It's like, they increased the level cap, so now the level cap goes to 300. What does that mean? Oh, it's a badge of pride for the people who play a lot. What's the point? People don't listen. They don't know how to move the map. They don't understand the Galactic War. They continue not to explain these concepts to them. Creators like Thynir, despite him putting in the time and the effort to demonstrate it, and people inside the chats demonstrating it, you can't have conversations inside the very public Discord. Because they made it clear. The administrators will allow people to harass you. They can destroy your life. And they'll sit there and do nothing. While still not patching the bad content in the game. People will say, the war is fixed, there's no reason to try. And then at the last second, they'll realize, oh wait, it wasn't fixed, it wasn't scripted, we could have won? They don't put in the effort. They don't really want to win. They don't really want to play. They don't really want to be around people. like, the community killed, air quotes, the community. The community decided they don't want to play as a group in a PvE game, and they want to turn cosplay against other players that are Helldivers into Chaos Divers versus Helldivers, and then trying to complain about X-Divers when collectively they refuse to learn how to play all the fronts because they only ever want to play one front. They don't know how to play against every front, so they talk about what skills and what items and what builds and what war bonds are fundamentally necessary versus figuring out how to do well with the minimum amount of shit possible. So the ability to get anything done now becomes a question of, are you going to listen to the veteran who knows what he's talking about? Nah, I want to play my way. I want to play my way. Oh, really? And in the team-based, hyper-competitive, hyper-competitive game that now has a new character in the form of Chicachino, Mr. Dominican himself, Mr. Poker Robbins, the Hood. Ah, that's a Langa, let me shoot you with the pistols. Do you want to play with the team? No, Holmes. I want to play over here and shoot at the distance. I have pistols. Despite the fact these pistols are only good within 8 meters, I got pistols. Pistoles. No soy original. Oh, okay. Hey, person that's playing a character in Deadlocked in this 6-on-6 hyper-competitive, hyper-competitive game, can we not give away our walkers? Fuck you! I do what I want! Oh, that's very interesting, Queen Princess Beautiful Power. Oh, you're a member of the LGBTQAI+ Alliance, are you? Damn, that's a lot of toxic positivity you're giving me while you sit there complaining about how I've never died in the game and how you're not gonna play to win. Oh, what happened, Mr. Perfect Death? Did you die? How'd you die? Oh, I don't know. Ask the enemies that I just murdered. Twice. Oh, we're not playing the game? We're just gonna walk around the map and we're gonna just go do nothing? Wow. And this person doesn't get banned? Wow. And they don't get a VAC ban? Wow. Yeah, I'm super good on that kind of behavior. I'm super good on that kind of behavior. I can barely tolerate it as it is because the Hisui in that game I just played rage quit because I called them out on the fact that they're playing lazy. They were off fucking fighting Omega by themselves, getting killed by 3 because while we're getting away from them, outplaying the fucking drive tech that he has running at us in his motorcycle, we get away from the Magnus. This bitch is over here trying to solo the buff. And she can't do it because she doesn't have damage items. Because instead of farming, she was walking around aimless like she doesn't know where the item spawns are. It's much like a post I already wrote on the timeline that I just finished writing while she was writing. In fact, I didn't even finish posting this last one. Now it's posted. I just finished writing this shit for this interaction here on this post that this comes from. All of the behavior that has really destroyed any and all of the fun that a person could have in the majority of the content that is available to us on these platforms, on these video games, where competitive gameplay is expected. The problem about why multiplayer shooters are dead isn't because it's too sweaty and no casual player wants to do what spastic tryhard nonsense. No, that's what happens in Gears of War. That's always been Gears of War. The actual problem is you have people who are casuals, not in games made for casuals. Even if that Hisui's playing casually in ER, there is an expectation that if they're playing casual, okay, it's not going to really matter that much. We're going to probably lose in as little as 15 minutes or less, which takes away the frustration. But you, casual player, who comes to a game designed for tactics, you waste my time for 55 minutes. You hold me hostage for 55 minutes, and you think I don't have the right to voice my frustration? Not badger, not antagonize, not rage bait, not call slurs constantly without justification for argumentation. Actually walk through, no, this is bad, here's why. Here's what we didn't do, here's what we could do. Lead, follow, make a choice. You hold me hostage for 55 minutes. And you tell me it doesn't matter, it's just a game. Meanwhile, I have people to entertain, I have money on the line, and I'm even offering money for them to justify the reason why it's acceptable. And they can't handle the culture that comes with having to have the temerity to deal with the abrasiveness of what the internet's going to bring. But you can call me slurs that have been wokeified into being something that isn't unacceptable. So call me a coon 50 billion times and say, well, I wasn't being toxic. I didn't say anything wrong. Oh, you don't have to say anything wrong in order to be griefing? Oh, that's crazy. You better tell that to everybody else who's in League of Legends. Take this shit back over there while you're at it. That's crazy. You don't get to play these games like everything's a casual game where you can just relax. No. If it's a competitive game, play it like it's a competitive game. If it's not a competitive game, but you do still have to work with your team, then maybe don't try to constantly rage bait someone and then pretend, oh, well, I didn't do anything to provoke it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. If the task takes 5 minutes and we're here for 55 minutes, what are we doing? These cultures have been made to become monetizable to people who want to squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Thanks, The Burnt Peanut. Thanks, Hutchinson. Thanks, Courage. Thanks, every single player and or multiplayer FPS shooter, broadcaster and streamer, and dude bro. Thank you for monetizing these games and leaving them as empty husks. I'm sure that Arc Raiders feels it's good. Oh, what happened to Arc Raiders? It's dead. I've posted the numbers already. They're not good, and neither are the marathon numbers. And there's no faking the funk now. All the marathon accounts that were coping before, saying, oh, you guys only post totals, you only post scores. Yeah, there's only 500 people logged into the game, bro. Yeah, I imagine there's a reason why it's dead. Oh, it's because the casual players don't want to get sweated on. You are correct. They don't want to get NA painted. However, sweated on is not the problem. They don't want to play every match where every single time they have to deal with toxic antagonism and they never have the ability to fight back. They don't want to be glitched out. A person being a sweat implies that they're playing in a way that can be learned and countered. Somebody NA paintering you means that somebody's glitched through a wall in a place they shouldn't get to and then turned their microphone on and said, hey, good buddy, what's going on, guy? Hey, buddy, you thought you were alone? And then they ruin your session. And then you don't want to play the game anymore. Maybe those are the things that are causing it. Perhaps it's that, Exocoast, and it's not this. Perhaps it's much more likely that the scrub lords that won't learn how to play are the reason why. Because there's more scrubs than there are even semi-casual professionals. Professional in the sense of they're willing to play tournaments, they're willing to play for money. They put the pride in the line. There's more casuals than there are people who are, quote, try-hard. But for the sake of the argument, we're going to call them veterans. Learned scholars, even. And amongst these LS, you have casuals that basically say, I want to play the way I want to play. I don't want to listen to what you have to tell me. Okay, so you lose. You lose every single match, non-stop. Every casual match, every ranked match. You can't even get into ranked. You don't even qualify for it. Your stats are that bad. Well, this game just sucks. I'm going to quit. The player base, quote, dies overnight. Oh, I'm not getting my way. I'm going to go to greener pastures. Then you're sitting in the greener pasture game, which is the forever game you left in the first place. Shoutouts to Warframe. It doesn't matter if it's PvP or PvE. Also doesn't matter if it's an ARPG. Extra points if it is. And you want to blame the same thing that washes people out of fighting games for washing you out of these games. And you use sweat as the excuse to do it. No, it is not. It is the royal you, the scrublord public, that want everything to float under an absolving idea of what you call fun. Man, you should relax, Carl. Don't you know how to have fun? Yeah, I do. I like playing competitive games. I like playing games where I can learn. You know how I learn? By challenging myself. You know what fun is? Fun is win, lose, or draw versus an enemy that's also trying. I like dominating my opponent because it means I outfought him. I like outplaying my opponent because it means I outfought him. I like dominating and carrying fights 6-on-6 by myself. 1v11 because it means that I not only outfought 6 other people, I had to think for 5 other people while I did it. Calling to play actively, counting off the deaths as I walk it through, having a casual conversation to the chat. Challenging the people on my team to actually engage in human interaction instead of trying to wash away their hands and wash their hands clean and pretend, oh, this is just crazy people. No, they're human beings, and they're not being human. So I don't treat them like they're human. Is it important to know the difference? Yes, it is. Sometimes everybody isn't trolling you. Sometimes you're just a dick. I can live with that. What I'm not going to live with is somebody holding me back for 25 plus minutes. No. If you wouldn't do it in life, you wouldn't do it there. Why is it different? My time is precious. I have places to go. I have things to do. At the very minimum, inside of Deadlocked, I want to get to ranked. I can't get there if you're holding me back. That's fucking crazy. And then imposing the will to change the game so that it caters to casuals. You might as well go play fucking Dead by Daylight. Same attitude. The entitlement. It's crazy. And despite all these games that exist out here for these people, you come here. You come into these genres. And you attempt to impose your will on them. Take it over there. Why are you bringing that shit over here? Take it back over there. It's a annoying factor. Nobody wants to have to talk about it. You sound like a crazy person when you rant about it. But considering I just listened to my mutual on her own broadcast do the exact same rant, but she was doing that about the creators that make the game, and I'm talking about the fucking losers that these people allegedly make the games for. They don't play the games that are made for them. Then they bring the shit to games that aren't made for them. What do we do? What's the result? It's like what I talked about yesterday. I'm not gonna sit there having somebody antagonize me and I can't have a conversation with them. I'm not fucking doing it. No, I'm not fucking doing it. Vice versa. Gotta set this up. This got broken. Vice versa. They come into my shit. They don't want to put in the effort to learn. And you want me to fucking tell you, aw, it's okay, little buddy. You know, it's normal for everybody to start off raw and jump into live competitive matches without using training mode. Oh, what's that? You don't do training? Training's boring? It's not your sense of fun? Oh, well, you know, that's just okay, man. Even though you fed 025-0 because you don't know your fucking buttons, because you didn't do the tutorial designed to dial it in, that's just alright. That's just gravy. Toxic positivity will kill people. It will kill you. It will kill you. Toxic positivity will kill your desire not only to play games, it will kill your desire to socialize. Because you basically are faking the funk. You're pretending to be something that you know that you're not, because other people cannot handle being told that they are trash. All of this shit together, what does the picture paint? If Amada explains that no, you don't deserve to be given infinite levels of power over other people because you believe you should be given a paycheck, because you color into the lines of the box as the studio tells you, and you have to have that blank check in order to create. It means you don't really want to make. If I talk about the fact that you don't get to hold my games hostage, and actually you do have to be a communicative member of a communicative member of the player base, not a community, a player base. First, learn the game you're in, then learn the people who are in that space. You don't want to learn how to be a communicative member of the player base, and you don't want to learn the game that you're playing, but you want to mull infinitely about how you're being victimized by other people playing the game you play, but they can perform and you can't. Even when it's not PvP, just PvE. You want to kill people in a PvE game because you're upset and you want to sabotage them to have your justification and your honor be honored. to receive some level of justice against something that you aren't entitled to. What else is that than entitlement? Because everywhere else where they have privileges, and sometimes even powers against other people, they think they have rights everywhere else. No, you don't. For what it's worth, this is what brings people to things like Once Human. You have to fucking learn, and you have to communicate. Sure, you can carry everything over from your last file, from the last world, into the next world, but you still have to play with other people. You can't do it both solo by yourself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a clanner-based game. Same thing with all the other clanner games. But because there's so many more people who are only interested in just playing the game without having to actually fight other people, because that's scary. You instead want to consume the content that is actually available. But then you pathologize a method of then optimizing the fun out of the game. You tell people, hey, I found a way in which I could cheese by doing billions of damage by turning my pal, in Pal World, into an automatic bomber. I press one button, he suicide bombs, he says, Allah Akbar, and he does 6 million damage. I can use it as a pocket grenade. Erase all difficulty from the game with my 6 billion damage pocket grenade. What was the point of playing? Well, I had to do a specific series of actions in order to do it. It's legal. I can be able to do this. Okay. Did you discover it on your own? If yes, okay, cool. Keep it to yourself. If no, okay, so somebody who gave you that tech, you didn't invent it yourself. You just copied it. You decided that's good. Why? Because it's fun. Okay, it's cool. Let me go do that in a PvP game. That's not fun. I don't have counterplay. Seems fun to me. Pew, 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 pew. This isn't fun anymore. You ruined it. Oh, I ruined it? That's crazy. It's uneven. It's uneven. The attitudes, the expectations, they are uneven and they are out of alignment with what is actually real. Ball and gun gamers! I will have their balls. Maybe not today, but I will have their balls. Collectivism. It's poison. Suits it. Use it when it suits them. Shift out of it like a social chameleon when it doesn't. Run to Reddit to look for people to validate the opinion while it's happening. It's shit! It's literal shit! You can't blame anybody else other than themselves. Have the conversation with any person who wants to be able to actually have the conversation, and they will say that collectivism is the thing that is good. Because hey, you're just one guy, bro. Who cares what you think? Oh, okay. Who cares what you think? Well, it's not how that should work. Oh no, fuck you. Fuck your sense of fun. Huh? I can't have my fun? I can't play the game competitively against other people because you decided that you're gonna be a Weenie Hut Jr.? Okay, stop playing team-based killing games, you fucking weenie. Go somewhere else, vegan. Go play Stardew Valley. It might be more their speed. No, that's evil. That's mean. That's rude. That's toxic. Did you know that you're repeating the words of a wife beater? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Jeremy, I beat my wife Lynn, now currently employed by Amazon Games, is a wife beater. He invented the structure of toxicity so he could justify a structure upon which they can be able to socially pressure you into, quote, being non-toxic amongst the critically toxic and punished of the banned users of League of Legends, by designing a system to struggle position you into doing so. I'm not toxic, I'm reformed. Oh, you're a good little steward, aren't you? You're a good little bigman. You're a good little bugman. You eat the cock, you suck the dick, you do what they tell you, you sit in the box like a good little cuck, you don't have a personality, you don't have an opinion. Well, it's better than being mean and rude. Ah, so you're a bitch and you're a spineless weenie. Got it. People like you are the reason why games aren't fun. No, people like y'all are the reason why the games aren't fun. You lost your personality. You traded away your name and they gave you a fucking number and a goddamn flag. And you said, that's good enough. I don't have to try harder. I don't have to have a personality. This is my new personality. They already took my brains. It appears to be the case. We'll look into that later. I don't have to have a personality. I can just act like a permanent victim. That's the same thing as being a person, right? Well, I don't have to hear what this person has to say. Toxic people don't have anything important to say. Ah, and calling me a pussy and calling me a cuck and saying that I'm bitchless, I've never had sex. These aren't aggressive, toxic things that people say when they're upset and they don't actually want to say the thing they actually want to say. Never mind what they say when they actually feel and are given the invitation to say it without getting punished directly. Oh, then the slurs really start flying. Hence, the coon shit. It's all relative. Every last drop. It's all relative. It's all relative. And it's almost all lies. Top to bottom. The only honest thing many of them say is the thing that they usually say first. Which is that you don't deserve to have a life. And other shit like that. Where's the conversation? Where's the meeting of the minds? Can't exist. They're not open to it. They don't want to learn. And therefore, they, just like most of them who are basically perpetuated by their perpetual father, act like a perpetual shitskin. Specifically, Hassan Piker. A man who is the definition of a bug man. I'm not a Turk. I'm white, bro. I'm not a Turk. Who told you that I was a Turk? I'm not a Turk. I'm a white man. This foreigner hates white people. Deport him. I'm white, bro. Ha ha ha. What a knee slapper, uppy. Ha ha ha. Do away completely with the performativity. Remove all of it. Take it all away. Use all the slurs. What do you have left? Exhaustion of the thesaurus and the shit still happening in front of you. Now you just know what you are openly. Let's start the show.
What if Ned's...
No theory videos, not right now. Today, we will be doing what I said I listed out on the title, which is, let's see here, Story Rich Showcase, Green Game Showcase, the Digital Interactive Showcase, no, Deutsch Indie Showcase, and the Xbox Game Showcase. Boom, 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 buckalot.
Operator, we don't have much time to talk. We've lost contact with the Terminarch strike. We've lost contact with the Terminarch strike.
They just start straight off with some voice acting? That's crazy. I'm not racist against whites. I'm white. Sounds like awful like I'm not racist against blacks. I'm black. And I've been reliably told that that's not good enough. True.
Operator, we don't have much time to talk. We've lost contact with the Terminarch strike team. The helicopter was shot down. One agent survived. Your job is to guide them out.
The mission must be completed. Secure Burn 9 at all costs. That information is well above your pay grade.
Get to work.
Operator, are you there? I'm dead if I can't find some way to get out of the open. I need you to direct me. Gonna just smash it. I'm sick of looking around. Awaiting your order. Should I engage? Enemy neutralized. Let me know if there are any surprises. Okay, not great. Stay with me, please.
Nothing is more important than Burn 9.
What's really...
Now, if this is just a cold open for a video game, this is a pretty good video game here, okay? If this is not the cold open of a video game, this is the weirdest opening to a showcase I have watched in the last 5 years. And I've seen some pretty crazy shit
going on here?
The mission takes priority.
Operator, tell me the truth.
Keep control of the agents. They're an asset, nothing more.
You're my only way out of here.
Operator, give me an update. Where is the asset?
Burn 9. Coming in 2026.
So it is, in fact, a fucking cold open. Bold strategy, Cotton, but you have my attention.
Dodo, can you hear me? Dodo, come in! Dodo!
It's like you're playing the other side of Metal Gear. Now you're the conductor that's telling your operative where to go and what to do. And then, I'm assuming it's some piece of the same kind of attack, like the same type of gameplay that you'd expect out of effectively a turn-based roguelike. Basic difficulties dictate the story paths that you can go down. Maybe 2-3 different endings.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Story Rich Showcase.
Excuse me, Mr. White Man. Do you happen to be partially queer?
I'm Spencer from Fellow Traveler, and I'll be your host today. We just saw the debut trailer for Burn 9, a spy thriller from the team at 14 Hour Productions. That's not all we have in store for you. No. The team has been hard at work over the past few months, reaching out to developers from all over the world. We love and publish narrative games, and wanted to build a showcase where story games could really, really shine. Over the next hour, we'll have brand new games to show you. We'll have some updates from some of your recent favorites. We'll have some news from teams you may not have heard from in a little while. And what showcase would be complete without some world premiere reveals. Now, let's start the show.
All right, Grandma, here we are.
Don't open the door!
We've seen this one. This is the one that's the clue / guess who murder mystery.
That prick, Ellen!
Hey, Jessatron! How's my favourite niece?
You're already dreaming about all the useless things you want to buy with her inheritance. You can't wait for her to die. Mum, why is there a strange man in my room?
We're having
Apple crumble.
apple crumble is not a birthday cake!
Is this... Well, no, it can't be. It can't be Tennis Sombra, but it clearly is inspired by the same sources that inspired Tennis Sombra. What do we have here? Pixel-based?
Daniel is a...
Cathesis? Catechesis. Catechesis? Okay, whatever.
Daniel is an altar boy serving a mysterious church. One night, a demon quietly takes hold of him. When his grandfather suddenly falls deathly ill, Daniel discovers something strange. Every time he performs a good deed, the old man heals. Sounds like a miracle, right? Except, for every act of kindness, a portal to the underworld tears open. Catechesis is a psychological horror RPG where you explore unsettling environments, meet
Catechesis.
of kindness, a portal to the underworld tears open. Catechesis is a psychological...
Catechesis.
Sounds like a miracle, right? Except, for every act of kindness, a portal to the underworld tears open. Catechesis is a psychological...
Catechesis. 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 Okay.
Logical horror RPG where you explore unsettling environments, meet characters you'll care about, and face demons head-on with twin-stick combat, or slip past them in stealth. Puzzles, minigames, and new abilities await. Inspired by Deadly Premonition, RPG Maker classics such as Mad Father, and anime like Evangelion and Jujutsu Kaisen, featuring an original score by Garrod.
That's a very scary combination of words to use in a sentence, bro, because when did Jujutsu Kaisen ever have anything to do with gameplay like this?
Composer of Valhalla and Yuppie Psycho. If you're ready to descend into the mysteries of this new religion, the Catechesis demo is available now.
Welcome to Rusty Lake, a place unlike any other. Its most prosperous house belongs to the Vanderboons. A peculiar family will hire servants to clean their mess. You've Aldous, the trustworthy. He seeks wisdom while upholding family tradition. Alexandra, the bright, full of ruthless ambition, the holder of the family lineage. And William, the powerful, gentle to the staff when he's not in a blind drunken rage. Once a year, they gather to feast and reminisce. While beneath the surface, pensions take the root. To the next unfortunate servant, choose carefully who you trust.
Hi, my name is Danny O'Dwyer and I run NoClip, the crowdfunded video game documentary channel on YouTube, and NoClip 2, our other channel where we attempt to discover and highlight great underground and indie games. Now look, I'm preaching to the choir here. You may know that narrative in games is very important. A lot of the games that I played as a kid, I played because of how they looked or what their gameplay was, but I probably didn't realize that I was playing a lot of them because of the stories and the places in which they took place. But what I found interesting is over the past 10 years, how indie developers have really taken up the mantle of great storytelling in games. When I think about some of the games that we've enjoyed the most on NoClip 2 over the past couple of years, it's games like 1,000 Times Resist, The Seance of Blake Manor, Queen's Domain, and even the recently released Waxheads. Games with wonderful gameplay, but ultimately games where the player is pushed forward because of that narrative. The next game on today is from a studio that's no stranger to making great narrative games, having previously worked on Tangle Tower and Crow Country. So let's check out The Mermaid Mask by SFB Games.
I came to the submarine to meet him, not murder him.
Magnus Mortuga was a man of great will and great strength, and there his body lay, his blood.
Oh, this is going to be a voice actor game.
Pooling beneath him.
The next morning, Miss Seafoam has taken over as captain.
We just came in here to question you since you're one of the suspects.
But I hired you!
Yeah, no, that doesn't get you off the hook, I'm afraid.
What?
You'd like us to see Kitty's exhaustive rundown of our operational philosophy?
It seems our collective fate hangs on the outcome of your investigation.
So Mortuga was alone in a locked room.
Quite the story, isn't it? Sure, that's why I got myself trapped in the murderous submarine.
This was on the floor of the crime scene. Do you know what it is?
I couldn't say with any academic certainty.
Surely some solemn secret, dark and dreadful.
Murder and mutiny, cauldrons and curses.
Any further questions?
Yeah, several.
The Mermaid Mask. Something more pixel-based. This is a game we've seen before. Days. Good enough of a cozy game. And here we have something that wants to be a lookalike to... God damn, that's loud. And right here we have a lookalike that wants to be attached to the likes of Disco Elysium. A branching story
Kia ora
novel.
tātou, Tala here
Blind
from Our Game Digital.
Held
We're here
Tight.
in Naarm, Melbourne. You may know us from our first game, Umadangi Generation. Well, we're thrilled today to show you off the story of our next game, Penguin Colony, which is an adaptation of At the Mountains of Madness and A Shadow Out of Time. This story takes place after Lovecraft died, and we asked the question, who his protagonist would have been? Maybe you already know. Look, to make Lovecraft horror work, you've got to do new. Because what is new but the unknown? And the fear of the unknown is the strongest of mankind's oldest emotions. This could be someone's first dip into Lovecraft. So let's start things off slow. No Cthulhu, no Dagon. People have a tendency to overdo it. Well, I've been sitting here yapping for long enough. Why don't we watch the trailer?
Blackly, did you know the Aryan people once built great civilizations? Thousands of years ago, they ruled the entirety of the world.
As a man of the sciences, what sits before me is the discovery of a lifetime. A being unlike any. Can you imagine the wealth our world would inherit if only a sliver of it was given to us?
What you see before you is the greatest discovery mankind will ever make. Deep within the city, we shall make contact with him. We shall meet our father race, the architects of mankind.
Penguin Colony. And it's basically, what if we came across our forefathers and the forerunners are basically space Nazis? I'm assuming. Demo available.
Hi, I'm Madmorph. I'm a creator, and one of the things that I do is find good games and share them with you. There's a very special reveal coming up, but first, here are 3 games that I would recommend that are included in the story-rich mega bundle that is out right now on Steam. This is a charming and creepy adventure puzzle game by Rusty Lake. You are on a train, but every time you pull into a new station, you've moved through the timeline of a character's life. It's called Underground Blossom. In Yuppie Psycho, it's your first day of working for a big corporation, but at orientation, you find out it's part of your job to hunt a witch. It's an unforgettable story set in a dystopian 90s society, and in this game, you're inside your house after an alien invasion, told to keep your doors locked and to stay inside. But then, there is a knock at the door. You have to decide who is human and who is not, and more importantly, who you let inside. It's called No, I'm Not a Human. All 3 of these games and more are included in the story-rich mega bundle on Steam. And now, one of my favorite story games is Beacon Pines, so come with me and let's go and see what that team is doing next.
Rhythm horror. A story game based on rhythm games. I don't know. Unbeatable kind of left a sour shit taste in my mouth.
What's going on? What is this place? And Ivy, what happened to me? This place doesn't look like a hospital.
Hey, can you hear me?
Who are you? I don't feel good. I think I'm falling asleep.
Trisha, don't ever touch my car. Do you even realize what you've done?
The government found something they thought was a weapon. But I was right. It is a god. And then she woke up.
I'm Maddie Myers.
And I'm Zoe Hanna.
We're the co-founders and co-owners of Mothership, a reader-supported website with gaming coverage for her, for them, and yes, even for him.
At Mothership, we cover games through the lens of identity. Stepping into the shoes of another person or thing, inhabiting a body other than your own, is always part of the gaming experience. Story-forward titles like the ones in this showcase are very much our thing.
Coming up next is a murder mystery adventure game called Duppy Detective Tasha that's rooted in Caribbean folklore.
Our heroine must find both the murder culprit and her lost cell phone. That last bit is something I bet we can all relate to. Let's take a look.
Growing up, Granny would tell me and my cousin them all kind of old stories about rolling calf, old head,
River Muma, the bagger antics of Sly Mongoose and Brother Anansi. Telling the truth, I used to think they were just that, tall tales. But no, it looked like story come to bump, and I'm in the middle of one. What to believe, who to trust, or what even is happening, I couldn't tell you. One thing I can tell you for certain though, my name is Tasha Ann Palmer, and I will sort it out. Them don't know what who me, don't know who Fred.
My name is Riker. I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I'm making Detective Turner, If Looks Could Kill. If Looks Could Kill is a murder mystery, and I wanted to basically create a bit of a symbiosis of like this ensemble cast of Knives Out set in the world of The Devil Wears Prada. So you play as this character, Detective Turner, who is this quirky investigator who hates computers and just wants to do everything analog. They take Polaroids of everything and write everything down in their little notebook so you don't have to. What's a little controversial or different about this game, I think, is that the world is being narrated to you as text written over the floors or the walls or the evidence or the body. And the more you look into it, the more you basically read between the lines and find even deeper meaning and more clues.
Tell them to wishlist the game.
Wishlist on Steam.
If you like what you've seen today, make sure you stop by Steam and wishlist some of your favorite upcoming games. You may have heard about it before, but wishlisting is super important for indie games and is a great way to show some love to the developers who are working hard to make sure we always have something great to play. Everything you've seen in today's showcase can be found over on the Story Rich Showcase page on Steam for your easy wishlisting convenience. Okay, let's get back to the show.
Hi, we're James, Jess, and Thomas from Sunstone Studios, and we're really excited to show you our new adventure management title, The Hearth and Harbour. You are Kit Purcell. You've left your home for a fresh start on a new shore. A place that boasts beautiful landmarks, rich culture, and plenty of entertainment. But the food? Well, the food could use some improvement. And as fate would have it, you've invested your last coppers in a rundown restaurant. With Cyril, your trusty new cook by your side, settle into routine.
Every day, you'll need to build your menu, head to the markets, catch up with the vendors, and buy ingredients. Then it's time for service. As customers arrive, they'll need to be greeted, seated, and looked after. Kit will take their order and Cyril will prepare their meals, while you balance the needs of your guests against the stress of your staff. In the evening, the city is yours to explore. Invite new customers, progress friendships, and decompress from the long day. And then you do it all again. Good ingredients, good service, and good meals will build your favor with the people of Louvport. You'll need to make rent each month, but favor is as important as coin. Favor is a resource that can be spent to cut deals with vendors or solve problems for the townsfolk. Earning trust will grant you recipes and gifts from friends. These improvements will allow you to create more expensive dishes and to make your restaurant more comfortable for customers, building even more favor and discovering new stories.
As the winds change and war threatens your new home, these relationships will be your lifeline. Tension will brew and resources will become scarce. But if you've been kind, your community will support you when push comes to shove. This new life is a chance to decide what kind of person you are. What will you do when you're backed into a corner? Will you protect others or prioritize your own survival? The best way to support us is to wishlist the Hearth and Harbour on Steam, and let us know what you're curious about saying next. Snatch it!
In
Grave Seasons, we have a variety of different NPCs, and everyone has their own specific role in town. All these NPCs have their own schedules. They move pretty much autonomously throughout the town of Ashen Ridge. Sometimes events will interrupt that schedule, like murder, for example. You can see that the town doesn't necessarily revolve around your interactions with these NPCs, too.
It makes you care about everything more. It makes you care about the people in the town if they feel real. And I also think that when you have the ever-looming threat of murder or violence, it's even more important for you to care about those people. We want the characters and people in Ashen Ridge to feel like people, and that means that not all the meaningful relationships you have to be romantic.
In limiting our pool of romance options a little bit, I find that we've been able to get a lot more rich story detail of the romanceable characters.
It is no secret that you can romance the killer. That could be an experience you're trying to opt into, is where it could get more dangerous or morally complex.
Because of the fact that when you begin again, a different character from our campaign pool will be selected, you can still romance that same character when they are not the killer, and you will see a different side of them. Aside from being a farming sim, Grave Seasons is also a horror game. We really do value that sense of loss as a part of the genre, and we don't necessarily want to shy away from the idea that if you don't engage with the horror aspects of this game, you might lose out on some of your relationships.
If you're talking to someone and you're like, wow, I hope you're not next, there's an added element, I think, in order to make sure that it's emotionally.
A hidden component between horror and sort of cozy is the murder straight. Even in a game that's sort of as broad as Grave Seasons is, we are thinking of all these mechanics as also vehicles for story, making sure that these storylines are well designed and propulsive, and not just creating content for content's sake. It was really important to us as we were sort of crafting the overall narrative of Grave Seasons.
Hey, long time no see. I hope you're enjoying the show. The Story Rich Showcase Steam page features all of the games in today's showcase. You might even be watching this there, right now. You can also buy, play, or wishlist everything you've seen today. There's also demos for some of the games that we just announced. If that's not enough, there's also the Story Rich Mega Bundle, which features 10 of the best narrative games in New Zealand. Okay, let's get back to the episodes.
I know we don't get called into places where they expect a lot of survivors. And I can't accept that. Not after what I've seen. I'm here now. I'm not leaving this time. We can do this. We can actually save somebody. Oh my god. That's her. Reconnecting calls. Final report of Dalia Volkova.
Hi, I'm Pablo from Recurring Dream, and I'm here to talk to you about our game, Desktop Explorer. In this game, you'll have to navigate through your uncle's old computer and find out what happened to the person he was looking for and how a program called Desktop Explorer was messing with his head. Everything is computer-centered, so be ready to solve puzzles using computer features you never thought could be used as puzzle mechanics. However, this old computer has more to it than just text files. We haven't talked about this in detail in previous announcements, but Desktop Explorer can change quite a bit in its approach to torment its different users. For example, since the computer's youngest user was addicted to a virtual chat room, well, you'll have to read conversations from years ago and understand what made her play along with Desktop Explorer. Combine all of your skills to reach the truth of it all. Remember, nothing is off the table. We'd love to share more, but we want to leave plenty of secrets for you to find when you play the full game, so please leave us a wishlist on Steam. In an age where people are taking counsel and pseudotherapy from computers, we are taking a look back and telling a story of what happens when we try and solve human problems with the coldness of technology. Will you outsmart the computer? Will you solve the mystery? Will you become a Desktop Explorer? Thank you so much! We really hope you enjoy the game when it comes out on July 17th. And right now, you can check the demo on Steam. Thank you so much, and goodbye!
Story Rich Showcase is brought to you by the team of Fellow Traveler. We're an indie publishing label that focuses on narrative games, and you may have played some of our past hits like Citizen Sleeper, 1000 Times Resist, or the recently released Titanium Port. We've had a few games in the showcase so far, like Burn 9 and Penguin Colony, but we have even more to show off. Let's check it out.
How's it going? My name is Edmund Tran, and I'm the managing editor of a little website called This Week in Video Games. This Week in Video Games is a completely independent, reader-funded website covering games and the games industry. Thanks to our supporters, we're completely commercial-free, which allows us to focus on the stuff that actually matters instead of appeasing algorithms. Things like curating stuff that's actually important, as well as working on in-depth reporting, long-form writing and developer interviews, and making sure we respect your time as well as our own. We absolutely love narrative games because we know they have the capacity to tell highly evocative and effective stories, and that the full potential of the medium and its methods have yet to be completely realized. Each year, we discover new narrative games that hit us in surprising new ways, which is why we were so keen to get involved in this showcase. And since we're based in Australia, we know firsthand just how many amazing independent video games are being made down here. So we're very pleased to be able to introduce these next titles, which have been on our radar for quite some time and are now on yours.
You've got no idea what you're caught up in, do you? When you signed the list of the house affairs, you didn't just attract Jen's attention. You and your mate smack bang in the middle of a cosmic battle between good and evil, the likes of which you couldn't possibly understand. Really? Nah, she's just a bitch.
Hey, Dave here from Powerwolf. Last year we put out a pulp adventure thriller called The Drifter, and yeah, now I want to tell you about my 90s-inspired point-and-click fantasy adventure epic called The Talwinium. Join friends Pen, D'Artagnan, Wit as they flee the Shadowfell, along with a two-headed rogue, the axe-wielding uplander Otar, and an army of skeletons. It's your first night away from Willow's Dean, and you have first watch. The Talwinium started as a kind of nostalgia project for me, so evoking the books and games that I've been in love with since the 80s. The art styles in glorious 16-color EGA with like a 4:3 aspect ratio and stuff. Yeah, so like really like Sierra games that I grew up playing. And the soundtrack by Brandon Bloom, it's like straight from that era. It even sort of plays on the hardware that was used back in the day. The story's all the fun, tropey fantasy stuff that I grew up reading to, with the twists and turns that you'd expect from the writer of The Drifter. It throws you right into the action. Imagine it's the first night Bilbo leaves the Shire, and Gandalf just said his throat slit. That's the setup. Then yeah, throw in a magic system, multiple player characters, an army of skeletons at your control, and you've got the Talwinium. Gameplay is kind of a mix of old and new. There's no getting soft locked if you miss an item, or like crazy moon logic puzzles. And yeah, it's point and click. There's no like typing in, look around. But like those early games, looking around is a big important part. Yeah, so there's like a dedicated look cursor. I kind of love how immersive some of those old games feel, despite their simplicity, just because you're really in the world, reading descriptions, and you look around the room to get hints at what to look into more. So yeah, book 1 of the Talwinium, Winter's Dawn, is available as a demo on Steam right now. I've put out early versions of the first 3 books already, and yeah, once the 4th is complete, probably a sort of finished story, and I'll package them all up together here on Steam. And yeah, I really hope you'll have as much fun playing them as I've had making them, because it's been a blast.
Two of my team are walking wounded. The other is about to lose her mind. Now, the sacred monstrosity is in our way. It took a lot to make me go back to the Thousand Hells, but she could pay it, and more. I just had to bring her murdered sons out. I needed to assemble the right team. I just hoped I could bring everyone back this time. We got past some very insistent guardian demons, but not without our first scars. I was glad I'd recruited a singer when we met shades who demanded funeral songs. It was that, or be torn apart. So here we are, just worn down husks. Maybe we can still nick what we need from under the monster's snout. Well, at least most of us survived for our appointment with Queen Death.
Hi, Gareth Damian Martin here, creator of In Other Waters and the Citizen Sleeper series. I hope you're enjoying the Storybook Showcase so far. I'm dropping in with just a little announcement. I'm happy to reveal that Citizen Sleeper 1 and 2 will be releasing on Nintendo Switch 2 on June 25th. If you already own either game, you'll be able to upgrade to the Switch 2 edition for free on that day too. But that's not all. On June 7th, that's tomorrow, I'll be in the PC Gaming Show to reveal my brand new game in a world premiere. The show starts at 8 PM BST, 12 PM PDT, so don't miss it. I'll see you there.
And that does it for the first ever Story Rich Showcase. Thank you so much for tuning in and for being a part of the show. If you still want more narrative games, make sure to check out the Story Rich Showcase page on Steam, where you can buy or wishlist everything you've seen today. You can also check out the Story Rich Mega Bundle, and you can even play demos for some of today's games. If that's still not enough for you, make sure to mark your calendars for Ludonarracon, our annual narrative game festival that will be returning to Steam from October 8th to 12th. Of course, none of this would have been possible without a ton of work from across the team, without support from our partners who helped us bring this show to you, and of course, the developers who trusted us with their announcements. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you next year.
This is just a test. This is just a test of the psycho-cognitive warning system built into your consciousness. This song is just a test. Please disregard it. In the event of an emergency, like the dissolution of reality, this message would be followed by a rush of psychic energy. So long as you feel nothing, nothing is happening. Just relax. Kick back. But everybody's still on the line. We're about to have ourselves a real rough time. Try your best not to look up or to look down, or to the left or the right, but especially not behind you. And pay no attention. Please pay no attention to the bird that's getting closer and the thing behind the curtain. All of this, it's on the list of known side effects. You know, for what's happening. Now as a formality, as a minor formality, the Metamind Defense Grid needs to borrow your reality. Just think of it a little bit like paying taxes, or like giving spirit energy to Google or something. Welcome to the Metamind Defense Grid, the first and only defense against psychic threats to
Carl. Carl.
Yep.
Good morning.
How long was I
You take a nap?
No. I spent most of last night.
You were out for probably about like 20 minutes.
No, that sounds about right. Fuck me.
Aren't you glad that I tuned in?
I spent extra time in bed today and it still wasn't enough. And it's not even the soldier's fault. Because I spent a normal amount of time last night. No, I'm just comfortable. Which means it's not cold enough outside. And or hot enough. Either or. Okay, show on the road. That's not my right window. Okay, that's whatever. Okay. So, as expected, the way that I divvied up the events, the story-rich video game put my ass to fucking sleep. Unfortunately, Green Game is next, which is going to actively put you to sleep unless you like saving the planet.
I mean, hey, you know what? I'm gonna be right here, helping you out.
It's hosted by the video game company Exala, same as the other ones, so it has to not be that dog shit, because last year's was really fucking bad and annoying. I don't understand the Green Game Showcase, to be quite honest. I understand the philosophy. Really crazy, nutty people that like to be newfound Earth hippies make video games, and every time you buy a game, they help replant trees and or help with recycling to rebalance the economic value of your generic gamer footprint. However much you'd expect from the industry is supposed to be the idea behind the Green Game Showcase. Which philosophically, if you're thinking about that in terms of like how much money does it take to make the green footprint of the silicone wafer process to make computer parts, sounds like it's an actual good idea. But then you think about the actual amount of water shortage for all these places that are actually consuming a lot of product actually matters for, and it's like, okay, so how do we square this circle? Because I doubt they don't have an opinion about AI, right? Like, they've been talking about this all of the last few weeks or months in my town. We're going to be having a data center or two, and right now they're still installing the fiber optic power lines that they've apparently been working on for 3 months. Who is outside yelling? Apparently my neighbors. Like, it's a very weird circle to square. It's something that you'd expect as a part of the Humble Bundle. But then again, Humble Bundle isn't even the same because it's now an entirely different company. Oh well, I guess we'll find out.
Oh, bad is bad.
Welcome to the Summer Games Fest Green Game Showcase 2026. Who's excited? I'm Jude.
Well, that's definitely going to wake somebody the fuck up. Thank you, Kiwi woman, and what seems to be an Indian. That's exactly what we needed.
I am part of the Planet Play team that curated the Green Game Showcase, but I'm also the co-host of the Good Game Club podcast. Check it out. It's all about how games can make a positive impact in the world.
Never heard of it.
So I'm here today with Anjali. Yes, hello. Hi, I'm Anjali Bhamani. I am an actress, an author, a producer. For our purposes today, one of my favorite roles is as the Global Ambassador for Games for Change, which is a wonderful nonprofit that does work all over the globe, essentially in the gaming for good space, both teaching people from a young age how to code and really focus on games that not only entertain, but also show us new worlds, educate, inspire us, give us agency, but also help.
Ma'am, those are buzzwords. I need to hear something real.
with funding and other aspects of game creation so that we can make the world a better place through games.
Love it. And it's a pleasure to co-host this with you today.
Yeah.
But we also have another
Yes,
host.
yes, we may have a drive-by appearance.
I think we're going to have to be on our best behavior when he arrives.
I don't know if he's going to be on his best behavior, so we'll see. We'll see. We may be.
Is it him? Is it the Horde of video games? Is it the Horde himself? He'll do anything for money, even voice act in anything, including showcases. Is it truly the star, Benjamin?
The straight guys for this guy's little comedian, so I don't know. It's entirely possible.
Let's see who drags who down.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
But before we get started, I'm sure everybody is just sat at home, just in anticipation of which green games we're going to show.
I'm so excited.
Just want to say a huge thank you to Summer Games Fest.
Yes.
For making these showcases happen, because game developers all around the world doing incredible things in different categories get so much visibility. So thank you to Summer Games Fest. Thanks for letting us do it. Thanks to the Good Game Club podcast team for the production side, and thank you to Slap Studios in LA.
Yes.
For having us here today.
Yes, you are welcome here anytime you are in Los Angeles. It is our home away from home. We love being here. We love having friends over anytime. If the Good Game Club podcast wants to come by, we are always here.
So, okay, so people might be thinking, what are green games?
Well, games that inspire us to learn more about the world outside, the world around us, about nature, about the environment. Games that inspire us to do better out in the world. Games that teach us how to be environmentally responsible while simultaneously being incredibly entertaining. Mm-hmm. Those are some ways that I think of them.
That's a great summary. And then also the word that we can't say, the post-apocalyptic.
Oh yes, post-apocalyptic, which earlier we decided was post-apocalyptic. Post-apocalyptic.
It's a new games category. Keep a watch out. So before we get started at all, it's going to be fast-paced. Right. We've got 5 categories of games, and we've got around 28 games that we're going to be showing to the viewers. But don't worry if you missed anything. It's all going to be, we'll be showing links. There will be a Steam page.
Great.
So as we go to Summer Games Fest, the Summer Games Fest sale page with the Green Game Showcase, and all the games that we talk about today will be listed.
Excellent. We can put them all on our wish list.
They will all go on our wish list. Okay. Get them in your wish list basket.
Are any of these games?
Did they do this shit live? Why is it so sporadic? Didn't every single showcase get done via being a presentation that was shown on a live stage rather than a broadcast that was live on the day of recording? This seems so underdeveloped. Somehow it's less professional than women-led games this year.
Already out? Am I allowed to ask that question?
Wow, a couple. A couple.
We don't even have a wish list that we can get them right away.
Yes,
we
exactly.
Right after we're done shooting. I'm excited.
But what you could also do, yes, so also we're going to talk about 28 amazing games that are green, but if you go to planetplay.com, you will also be able to buy thousands of games. And we have a Summer Games Fest Green Game Showcase special. So come to our store, you can buy loads of different types of games, different genres, and everything that you buy, a percentage of that will go straight into green projects. So all of our profits go into green projects. So everything you do goes green, so you're saving the planet as you buy your favourite games and play.
See, I love
amazing.
this.
So, shall we get stuck into the first category?
Yes, let's jump in.
Okay, play as an animal. If you were to be an animal, what would you be?
Well, I mean, I feel like anybody who knows me or has seen anything that I post on the internet knows how much I love dogs. Mm-hmm. So my first instinct is, yes, I would play as a dog. But also, I love foxes. And I especially love the mythology, the story behind Kitsune and the magic of the Kitsune fox. So I would love to play as a magical fox.
I think I'd be an otter.
An otter, oh, that's
Otter.
a great idea. Okay,
otter.
yeah, no, I gotta add that to my list too. Otters are some of the greatest creatures on the planet.
Come and be an otter.
Yeah, they're adorable, they're smart, they take care of each other so beautifully.
They're busy, but they're having fun. And
I'm gonna play a game with you, Chad. I want you guys to close your eyes, right? I want you to close your eyes and just pretend that the voices coming out of the mouths are coming out of the different mouths of the other person. The Kiwi sounds like the foreigner, and the ma'am, that is the Indian, just basically sounds like a white woman in another person's body. Can we just skip this one to the boss? No. We can witness it, and then we can figure out whether or not Carl passes out again. If I snooze on it, it's an automatic 0. That's how my scorecard works.
Yeah, no, I gotta add that to my list too. Otters are some of the greatest creatures on the planet.
Come and be an otter.
Yeah, they're adorable, they're smart, they take...
However, my point still remains. If you close your eyes, doesn't she fucking sound like she lives in a suburb?
Take care of each other so beautifully.
They're busy, but they're having fun.
They're busy, they're having
fun. I
know, no, I can't. Other people doom scroll. I scroll through animals stuff, and otters top of the list.
Okay, so let's see what games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Play as an animal.
Okay.
Hey Pelle, pull those glasses up, we've got an island to clean. This is Wildwoods, and this is Pelle. In this cozy cleaning sim adventure, you step into the paws of Pelle, who's just out in their boat, minding their own business when a sick bird appears. The bird draws you in.
I see the soju is out early.
Fucking what?
Wildwoods. And this is Pelle. In this cozy cleaning sim adventure, you step into the paws of Pelle, who's just out in their boat, minding their own business, when a sick bird appears. The bird draws you in, and as the cleaner you are, you decide to help it. And the very sick island it lives.
You are an alien creature, just chilling inside your Subnautica pod. When overseas, hark! A victim of a oil spill. Okay, we're stealing from Power Rocks Sim, I get it.
You too, but you're not alone. Sixten, Rika, and Bea, your cleaning crew, is right there with you on Teepsqueak, an app in your digidial. Pelle is an avid and meticulous cleaner who values nature restoration above all else. Or well, almost.
Well, Carl, how did you call that play that it was going to be like Power Wash Simulator? Listen to me. These queers have been around their people for a long time. I smell a game jam game when I see one.
Some other things Pelle loves is to hang out with critters and monsters of the world by petting them, cleaning them, or doing a quick boogie. But Pelle is also curious. They love exploring and sketching their surroundings.
Forget petting the dog. Forget being able to play with a cat. Can you air guitar with a pelican? I'm gonna need a bottle.
Even though they're much, much better at cleaning than sketching, it's a hobby.
Carl
that we enjoy doing.
is going
Cleaning
in
can be
deep.
hard work, and
Ladies
that
and
should be
gentlemen.
appreciated. Around the island, there are these very suitable spots to admire your work and take a moment to relax.
I've been working on this bottle since last night.
Join Pelle's adventure in the Muri Wildwoods demo update Sun's Out, now available on Steam.
Hi, I'm Paul Hervé. I'm the developer of Adapt. It became really clear to me, even fairly early on developing Adapt.
So, shout out to those that love watching creature games and wish that they could be able to play original creature games such as Spore.
That what I really wanted from the project as player was to really have as much creative freedom as possible. And so first you have the species editor, where you can of course come with a very specific idea in mind for your species, or you can just explore the part shop, the editor space, and really walk away with something that is totally surprising. And so you see this reflected as well in the sort of the proceduralization inside of the core gameplay loop as well in the game, but with the added caveat of more necessity for the player to sort of have an inherent understanding of their goals and objectives and how to progress through the game. And so a major endeavor, especially as the project gets closer to an early access release, has been to ensure that the player has as few hurdles as possible when trying to identify how to interact with the world, how to find food, how to find mates, how to reproduce, and how to interact and socialize with animals of their species, and what other options are sort of available to them as they play. A big thanks to everyone for watching.
One of the things that has always inspired the world of Hawthorne is the beauty of nature and the creatures that inhabit it. Forests, wetlands, mountains.
I've heard of this one. This is basically the furry sim. But it's not anthropomorphic furry. It's basically you're an animal. It's a giant MMO RPG, and you play as an animal inside of their world. It's been featured like, 4 times between 2 different outputs, including a very heavy majority on women-led games.
Hidden burrows, ancient trees. These places feel magical because they're alive, and in the real world, many of those creatures and habitats are now at risk. We'll be giving players the opportunity to support both Hawthorne's development and real-world conservation efforts at the same time. We are creating 3 exclusive playable characters inspired by endangered species from the real world, each woven into the world of Hawthorne. But here's the best part. A portion of every reservation will go directly towards charities focusing on protecting endangered species and preserving the habitats that they and countless other animals depend on to survive. This is something incredibly close to our hearts, and we can't wait to reveal more soon. Thank you for helping us build not just a game world worth protecting, but a real-world movement that can do some good beyond it.
Hey guys, Mark here, and this is Primordial Empire, a game about life at its smallest scale. Today I'm thrilled to show you how far our little friends have come. That world has evolved, literally. They've adapted and learned how to shape their future through genetic experimentation, unlocking the hidden potential of their genome. They've explored their world, encountered wildlife, found love, and sometimes death. Yikes. Their world is growing. They expand across a vast, mysterious world map, turning it into a living, interconnected web of colonies. They discovered rare resources and how to trade them between colonies. But this hasn't gone unnoticed. It's a sell-it-sell world, and wealth attracts danger. But our little friends aren't all cutesy-cuddly. These spikes are made for stinging. Jump in and experience this vibrant world firsthand, from single cell to thriving Primordial Empire.
Back to pinging quality again. You'd think you guys would not say this much about a fucking game where apparently you're dealing with Nazis that are hiding out in a secret society, but apparently this is what they're pushing.
Penguin Colony is a new cosmic horror game. It's Lovecraft from a different perspective. You're not a human, you're a penguin. This is Antarctica, and you belong here. This land doesn't reject you. To some,
it is a crude wasteland of bare necessity.
But to you, it's home. We want to highlight the contrast of who this environment is for. But there's something under the ice, something alien, something that doesn't belong. Place records story, and we want players to piece together that story of this expedition.
Antarctica, man's lost land to conquer.
Welcome to Hela, a heartwarming open-world adventure inspired by northern Sweden. Play as a small but agile mouse and explore forests, blooming meadows, and misty mares. Journey alone or together, and discover the joy hidden in the smallest moments. This is a story about harmony and balance. For centuries, a kind witch has protected this land and the creatures who live here. But as she's fallen ill, her spells are fading, and she can't do it all by herself anymore. Now it's up to you to go out into the world and help all who live here, big and small. Hela blends exploration, cooperation, and a deep love for the natural world. The game invites players to slow down, breathe, and reconnect with what truly matters.
Okay, that was a crazy awesome start. I know I'm an animal lover, but those games are so adorable and so interesting. I think it's a brand new genre now, penguin horror. Who knew? Who knew that there could be penguin eldritch horror? I'm so impressed. And God, the art, again, so gorgeous. Every one of these games is so adorable.
So what, did you have a favorite?
God, I loved the art in so many of them, in all of them. Hawthorne is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And just the idea, again, I'm just going to go back to penguin eldritch horror. I just want to say those words together and let you muse on what that looks like.
So we had Yuri. That was
Peli. Peli the Muri.
There was Adapt,
okay, which was so cool. Create your own species.
I envy this kind of bubbly personality. Not because I want it, but because I want this in the world. These are the people who are the carers. They care, so I don't have to. It's just so... As I said already, she exudes the energy of a white woman. At all times. It's so nurturing. Even when we are talking about concepts that actively look like they're going to be failures, that have to subsidize the work of another studio in order to succeed and exist so that you can get it day one and Game Pass! It's just so necessary.
Yep. Love that.
Hawthorne, which we love.
Hawthorne, which was beautiful.
Primordial Empire.
Primordial Empire, and
that was the kind of microscopic.
Yeah, that was the under. What a cool way to learn about the creatures underground too.
Exactly.
I mean, underwater.
Penguin Colony.
Penguin Colony, and
Hela.
Hela, that
Mice
right.
and magic.
Oh my goodness, of mice and magic, you guys. Magic and animals. That's all I have to say.
It's the best combination.
Come on. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so this is a great start. What are we moving on to next?
Okay. Okay, so our next category is now we are saving the world. But this is one of the categories that I love all the categories, but I think this one for a gamer, this is a gamer's superpower.
Oh, absolutely.
This is what we do every day.
Yeah, this is what we're
Save
sort of
worlds.
trained to do by games.
Exactly.
Right? Is save the world. No matter what's going on in the world, we're here to save it. I love it.
So all of these games that we're about to show are basically our training.
I like this. These are superhero training games.
Exactly.
Done. I'm here for it.
Shall we have a look?
Yes, let's have a look.
These guys got carried away with technology rush. Now, their world is shattered and littered with techno junk. An aggressive slime called Goofy Goo is trying to consume it. In Super Weird, you, solo or with friends, will try to fix this with robots just like these. You have an endless supply of them. You can upgrade and program them, but these robots are of such poor quality that they only execute the command they literally run into. Like chop wood, or carry wood, or use the tools you've built for them. And that's how we build our massive automated system. We put this world together from fragments, unlocking new locations with fresh resources and reviving old tech. This way, we're building a system that would help us defeat hostile machines thrown at us by the Goofy Goo. That's why it has to be built reliable and efficient. It's time to fix the mistakes of the past, cleanse this world, and restore its balance.
Ahoy Sky Sailors, this is Haley, Aloft's community manager, coming to you straight from the Green Games Showcase. Please enjoy our early access mashup trailer and stick around until the end for an exclusive announcement.
So yet another solo punk game, directly after the back of what effectively seems like Baby's first...
Drift?
Yes. baby's first introduction to basically satisfactory / RimWorld-like mechanics. The first one seems actually okay. It actually reminds me of Ark Knight's Enfield, but the second one is just run-of-the-mill solar punk.
You have been captured. Now you must fight your way out. The jailer is the key. Kill him and you'll be free. Master your blade and dual-stick gunplay to defeat each guardian in their unique fighting style. Tension is high, the combat is fast-paced and ultra-responsive, and the guardians are your greatest challenge yet. Why are they so hell-bent on keeping you caged? It's up to you to decide what is worth fighting for.
The jailer is the key. Kill him and you'll be free.
Welcome to Gumbo, a hand-drawn open-world survival adventure of creativity, exploration, and action delight. In Gumbo, you will explore a variety of environments that feel like they've jumped straight out of an old cartoon. By day, you will discover peaceful, vibrant worlds filled with colorful characters. But by night, infected versions of those same creatures come out to play. When it happens, you'll need to be prepared. And if facing these dangers alone feels overwhelming, well, you can always invite an online friend. That should make things easier, right? And that's only the beginning. Challenging bosses, magic powers, and surprising encounters are all waiting for you in Gumbo. Gumbo is coming soon on Steam.
On an island and beneath the mist is a place where nature in perfect balance happens to exist. Covered with trees, plants, and animals so fine, overlooked by the giant tree of life, as old as time. Its roots wind down far and deep into the ground, wrapped by mycelium, fungal threads all around. The island was unscathed for thousands of years, until one day, a giant threat woke its fears.
In the world of Witchspire, nature is both friend and foe. Bonding with wild familiars and fighting by their side is crucial to survive in the untamed wilderness. You take from the land and use your magical abilities to give back. Dark forces seek to corrupt the world. It is your destiny to save it.
So you have two titles that look like they directly came from the Game Jam. Then you have a title that looks like it is yet another cultivator sim. A cozy game cultivator sim, nonetheless. That probably has potential, but because it's coming from these games, it's going to have the stink of the boring titles of Summer Games Fest.
Hi, I'm Eric, and this is The Green Elite, my wholesome incremental game about a planet covered in ashes. You drop water on the surface to restore it and discover the secret.
And then you cap it off with an incremental game.
It's buried beneath. This earns you knowledge and many other resources to spend on powerful upgrades. As you explore new areas, you'll find plants, machines, and many more things, slowly unfolding new gameplay mechanics. You also grow a cozy garden on a spaceship. This garden can also be customized to make it your own. And there are just so many upgrades and abilities to explore in a huge skill tree. Oh, and that right here is Sparkle, the trusty guide and companion for the game. So, if green is one of your favorite colors and you're looking for a relaxing and satisfying incremental game, The Greening is for you. It's out now on Steam.
Playing this in the background.
What was that?
Oh, I said I'm gonna make some food in the meantime while this is playing in the background.
Okay.
If I see you falling asleep, I'm going to scream at my
a game
mic.
called Super Weird makes me feel at home because I think of myself as super weird. But also the art is such a specific. It's so fun.
Lady, that is such an understatement of your character. Your energy is so hard to place. I can't say that you're not giving a shit about what's happening around you, but I swear, it feels like they didn't give you any prep time, and you're just like, oh, what the fuck do I got? I got a couch, I got 2 microphones. This is rock the shit.
And so many of these games feel like you're stepping into an animated feature, but with agency. Like you're stepping into specific animated worlds. That one, Gombo, both of them.
I mean, animated is a word. Worlds, I wouldn't use the word worlds. Palettes. Easels. Color sets.
Seem like such little fun ways to save the world. And then we had some really, really dark ones as well. I love Witchspire, first of all. I love the idea of witches as both guardians of nature and potential destroyers of nature, because there has to be a balance in nature between the two.
On Witchspire as well, it reminded me a bit like Wicked.
Oh, interesting.
You know, the good and the bad.
Yeah, sure. Sure. It actually reminded me of a game that I did a while back called Homestead Arcana, which was sort of a similar situation where you were tasked with learning about the world and saving it from utter doom, like we are often tasked with saving the world from in video games.
Yeah.
Super weird Gombo. What was the next one? We had
Aloft.
Aloft. Let's talk about Aloft, because that one, what a cool, open, big, beautiful world they created there.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and who doesn't love the feeling of flying?
I know.
I only have experienced it in my dreams, but I love the idea that the art in it is just so beautiful and evocative. And
yeah, and I was going to say, they've got a new content update.
Yes, I saw that sneaky little bit of information at the end of that trailer. Yes.
So yeah, they've got content update coming out, and then we had Fury.
Yeah, that one. What I love so much about that one is, again, it had this kind of dark vibe to it, but still.
Isn't that fucking old? How many versions of Fury have been around? Or is this a new one that's in 3D? The other one before was twin stick 2D. Don't I own this? I swear I own this. Yes, I do own this. Developed by the game bakers. Fury, D-Make the Chain, Cairn. There are only 5 games here. Yeah, July 5th, July 5th, 2016. That is an old video game.
Still with the goal of creating light and having light take over from the darkness.
Like dark but optimistic.
Yes,
so
exactly. Thank you for taking whatever I was saying and making it make sense.
I took it up your head.
Thank you so much for that. And the Guardian of Nature, gorgeous. I'm really excited about all of these.
The Guardian of Nature as well. I love how there's this focus on trees and fungus. Who doesn't like fungus?
Yes, and also, if you know about fungus or mushrooms or any other kinds of fungus, it's such a vital part of nature and such a vital part of the composition process and such a vital part of all of the fungal networks that exist underground. They're fascinating to me. So I love that they've incorporated that in there.
But it's such a great...
What an interesting concept to reach for. Because you know what else is like a fungus? The entirety of the fucking gameplay industry. Existing in an exorbitant form of decay which you cannot actually kill. And any form of trying to fight against it just simply rushes along with the next feeding cycle for its permutation. Doesn't that shit go hard? Leave me alone! You don't scare me! I exist in a form that you cannot be able to kill. How does it feel, feeling your body rot away? Everything you do feeds me. Not necessarily cordyceps, but most fungal colonies and most fungal networks basically subsume a type of fungus that is similar to basically the concept of The Walking Dead. The fungal network is already inside you. It's just being suppressed by your natural life signs. Once a body falls in the natural state of decay, the natural state of cordyceps, and the natural state of any fungus effectively becomes the state of breakdown to your body.
Great perspective for a game as well.
Yeah.
It's like, who knew?
Yep.
Who knew?
Yep.
From building worlds to
ravaged worlds.
From ravaged worlds to rebuild them.
Yes, exactly. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I do think that we live in a time where a lot of stories are post-apocalyptic stories, but so many of them, at least in television and film, paint this really dark, feudal, feudalistic nature of stories, as opposed to games where there's always a little bit of hope. There's always hope to save the world. There's always hope to rebuild the world.
Exactly.
So I'm really excited to see what we've got going on in this category.
Let's get into it.
She actually has a point there. a lot of the problems with a lot of games, I can go down my wish list and I can probably call out all the ones where versions of them are basically the world's going to end and it's your job to cultivate it so that you are ready for when the nightmare comes. Just various versions of the world's ending and it's your job to fix it. Types of world games, especially like that of Raven's Watch, Neverway, any cultivation sim that you're beating a timer. So many titles just exist in a permutation state of you have the responsibility to stop this from happening. Are just versions of basically zombie games. Zombies by a different name, if not zombies explicitly. Especially the newest ones, which are some form of indie game AAA slop in some capacity. Some of these titles might as well be shareware junk, but they do something very simple, and they do that thing in a way where it's enough. And then, of course, you got shit like Dead as Disco, Demon School, Eco, Shape of Dreams, etc. Into the Dead or Darkest Days is probably one of the bigger standouts within the last few years. That one was released last year. It is a quintessential turn-based, do-what-I-say zombie game. Etc. 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 Hell, technically this even applies to Dragon's Dogma 2. You can go so many different ways about how you choose to analyze that. She's just right. She's just right. Okay.
Welcome to Doomsday Diner, the Wasteland's last great hot dog joint. Ever since civilization collapsed, we've been the only place serving freshly made dogs with a truly unforgettable flavor. Our menu features customer favorites ranging from the ex-boyfriend, the quiet one. Looking for something with a bit more crunch? Why not try the Kiss Goodnight? Or my personal favorite, the Salty Sally. Being the bastion of fast food in the wasteland does come with a few challenges. You will need to protect your diner, your tips, and, occasionally, your life from raiders roaming the Badlands. And once the rush is over, it is time to clean up the blood, mop the floors, and prep the meat for tomorrow. So next time you're passing through the wasteland, stop by and try your new Mystery Meat Supreme. It is to die for.
What would you do if you were stranded on an alien planet with the love of your life and you were...
Fuck. That's the answer to that question. What would you do if you're stranded on an alien planet with the love of your life? I would knight her 10 times. And then one more again in the morning.
Being chased by the powers that want to keep you apart. Find out in Our Game Haven. Play as two lovers at the same time as you explore a planet looking for parts to fix your spaceship home. The matchmaker broke the hearts of you and Kay, deciding to pair the lovers with other people. Then you and Kay rebelled and fled to the planet's source. Together they'll unravel the mystery of the shattered planet, the abandoned facilities covering the surface, and the strange red rust corrupting the landscape and driving the local creatures into a frenzy. Luckily, you can clean up the corruption and cure the native creatures by beating them in rhythm-based RPG combat. Synchronize your attacks to deal the most damage, and then purify in unison to heal these poor alien...
Rhythm-based RPG button pressing combat has to stop. Stop it. Stop it. Everybody wants to be Mario RPG, but everybody can't be Mario RPG. It becomes Perry Slop at some point.
In Beasties. This isn't your average love story. We don't find you or Kay in the beginning or end of their relationship, but right in the middle, right where all the tricky stuff is. Haven portrays a realistic romance with ups and downs made all the more difficult by the fact they have to fight an army of killer robots. You can play Haven solo or co-op with a lover of your own. You can also play with any gender combo you like. You and Kay's story is still just as impactful. Glide around beautiful islands on your flow boots and enjoy the
I would
violence of
argue that that's probably one of the worst concepts that you could have put together. Even though I'm pretty sure that was a decision that was born out of inclusivity. Can anybody in the audience explain why? Go ahead. There's no wrong answer here, but there is some definite answers I'm looking for. Oh, God. I want to be shirtless, but I have to be on camera for this. Shirt's not real. No one wants to try it. Okay, I'll lay it out for you. If you intend to imply that the story is based on the relationship between two lovers, and you give me the option to change the genders of these characters, and you insist that changing the gender of the characters would not drastically change the relationship dynamics, you are fucking smoking crack. Kyle, what do you mean? What could you possibly be implying? Do you think male relationships between other gay men are the same as femme relationships between two sapphics? Do you think that a feminine male relationship would change any different than a masculine male relationship with another female character as the partner? And you think that story would be the exact same no matter what pairing you pick? It's inherently based on the choice. But those swords irritating me. It's inherently based on the choice. A male relationship in relation to a female character wants to protect the character. Basic supply, basic provide. They flee from a culture that would force them to pick a partner that they otherwise don't want to be separated from. Out come the basic story obligations of, I'm your man, I'm supposed to protect you, and I'm failing. Versus lesbian relationships, born out of convenience, rather than out of, I want to love the woman, and my society won't let me. Well, what kind of society do you live in? Is it a naked one, where you have to actually be with a partner for the purpose of surviving the species? Well, what you're seeking here is absolution and freedom. And the female-female relationship is going to play drastically different. Sometimes it's not about just having sex and bumping uglies. Sometimes you actually need to work out dynastically how this works. Like, Who finna be the man? And then male-male relationships, same dynastic, but now you have two potential people who have ways that they want to live. And just to cover our basis and win a GLAAD award, let's cover the most basic version of a male-male relationship. One man is resisting the urge to say, this is wrong. A man shouldn't be with a man. Cause Lord, I need when a man loves a man, a man loves a man, when a man loves a man. And you're fighting with yourself, that male character, to say, listen, what we have isn't wrong. Is it wrong to feel so right in the arms of another? And you're trying to figure out how you make the relationship physically work, as well as relationship-wise work, while also teaching somebody how to be gentle and tender. Those relationships speak to very specific relationship wounds, and they are not the same story. So, a queer relationship, female-female sapphic, and a male relationship, male-male mercurial, are going to have different requirements, and they're going to have different story arcs. And then, male-female, depending on which one's going to be the boy, which one's going to be the girl, which I mean by which one is going to be the leader, and which one's going to be the supportive partner, also speak to different situational wounds. You can't just decide that actually for representations, we're going to just make the genders the exact same story, but we're going to change the genders and how they appeal. Is that any different than type A, type B? No, it's not. If you're going to change the genders, the story dynamics have to change. Otherwise, you just told the same story, and the parts are interchangeable, and they don't matter. So you might as well not even have the option in the first place. Do I fit this shirt anymore? I'll find out. That's what I can obviously see here. That's one of the shortcomings with this story type. This is one of the downsides of type A, type B casting. Oh, no, I cannot fit that. No, it's going to be tight. And it doesn't breathe. It's one of the downsides. Now, am I saying you can't have that kind of story? No, I am not saying that you can't have that kind of story. But I am also saying that this is a consequence you have to think about. Ha! The irony that I still fit in this shirt, that's crazy. This is the closest thing I have to breathable material until I wash all my clothes. In the need of trying to be progressive, we end up regressing right back where we started. And in my world, that's not progress.
Combat while you experience the story of you and Kay finding their freedom.
Until the last moment, then?
Until the last moment.
Even worse, it's a story about freedom. So how many different ways can you write an LGBT plot while also trying to make happy the people who are actually playing this, the female queers, while also trying to satisfy everybody else in the middle? I hope they square that circle.
Like a coat of many colors, it is never black and white. Can't have one without the other, dark without the light. Forever blue, forever blue. I'm putting on a show for the world to see.
Survival craft?
No, you high and forever.
Permafrost.
Look, I love post-apocalyptic games that also have a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek, feeling to them. I love the Fallout series, and I love all of the kind of the dichotomy of this horrible landscape, but also with some humor in it.
Excuse me, miss. You said the magical cursed words. I need you to clarify what you mean by that. What kind of Fallout?
No, but I love that, right? I love it, and I love that we're getting to protect our diner from raiders. It's like an every person game. You don't have to actually be the raider. You don't have to actually be the superhero. You could just be running your own diner.
Yeah,
I love that.
Exactly.
Love
Also, I mean, like what you're saying, like that tongue-in-cheek humor. I mean, even
We will not be classifying that. So we have to assume she means a non-Obsidian Fallout. So she means a Bethesda game Fallout. So 76.
it's kind of looking at like the menu, like the names on the
Oh
menu,
my
like
gosh.
ex-boyfriend,
The ex-boyfriend, the kiss goodnight. What was it, the salty Sally? Was it the salty Sally or salty salad? I couldn't quite. You guys will tell me. Both of those sound hilarious to me. And then we had Spilled. What a beautiful, beautiful game, and so satisfying. And I just love the art in Spilled was so beautiful, but it's so satisfying. These cleaning games like Power Wash Simulator.
Yes.
Yeah, like they're so. But getting to clean up an oil spill, that's not something that you would have thought of.
Ding, 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 ding. Yet again, Carl and his infinite ball knowledge.
As a game, and these people went ahead and innovated and made something beautiful out of it.
Exactly. I remember seeing these guys on an exhibition stand. I can't remember which event it was, but they had a game on demo, and I just stood watching it for about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it's just on a big screen. It's just mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
But
and then we had Haven. Oh, post-apocalyptic love story. I'm a sucker for a love story, and it's co-op game, right?
Yes.
So
yeah.
Even more fun because you can save the world and save your romance with your beloved.
It's a beautiful game, like love story behind it.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit raunchy, not for the younger ones.
Oh, okay, good to know. Noted. Maybe a little parental guidance is requested. Okay, fair.
Maybe 18 plus.
Okay, noted. That's good for us to know. And then finally Permafrost. Okay, that game looked so cool, but I must say that a world that is covered in frost and cold is my own personal nightmare. So that would absolutely be the most post-apocalyptic terror game for me.
But I love the setting as well for that as well. Because it is in snow and ice. I think it just adds another layer of complexity.
Absolutely.
The same world, but in this condition.
Yeah, and just talking about why Ravaged Worlds are included in the Green Game Showcase. That even though the art is beautiful and even though the ideas are catchy and innovative, it does show us what could happen if we don't take care of things. And so Permafrost is such a great example of it. Figuring out how to survive in a world that we haven't taken care of.
Exactly. It's a good reminder.
The only way that we die based on nuclear winter is if we ever do anything with nuclear. And unfortunately, as much as the idea might be sustainable for a video game concept, we're not going to die by nuclear winter because people are too much of a fucking coward to do the research to learn that we should actually be investing in nuclear in the first place. That's an entire conversation many people are not ready to have. And that's because most people got their ability of understanding what nuclear power is supposed to do for you from the idea of stupidity that came from The Simpsons. It's a cancerous thought.
No. We've got 2 more categories left.
Okay.
But before we jump into the next category...
God damn, you are speeding through this shit, girls. It felt like we were here for 35 minutes and that there was another hour of this. Nah, this is a tight hour.
We're going to do a little interlude.
Okay.
Get the music playing in the background, because we've been talking about games, amazing green games, but we also want to do a shout out for 3 industry initiatives that have happened or are happening, just to kind of let players know about these because they will happen year on year. So it's really good to keep an eye out for them. So the first I want to mention is Battle for the Habitats.
Yes.
It's very cool.
It's very cool, guys. It's very cool.
It's very cool. So Battle for the Habitats, just to try and summarise it quickly, is it's kind of Street Fighter inspired. Now, we don't have to worry, we already spoke to Capcom about it. They're cool. Actually, Capcom took part in it.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, they gave us a whole bunch of games on the Planet Play Store, massive discounts, and just love the whole initiative. So the whole thing was around kind of nature versus climate change. And you had to pick the side of nature you're on. Were you oceans or were you forests?
Yeah.
So that's okay. So you picked a team, and the way it started on 22nd of April, which is Earth Day. It started with Brianna White and Max Dude streaming, and they were incredible. So they picked sides, and they had content creators working with them who picked sides, and then the games that participated, we had 200 games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I just want to do a huge shout out and thank you.
So what you're saying is that you had a bunch of content creators and influencers, basically you would tax right off and donate their time to playing your video game for the sake of kickbacks? That's what I heard. That's what they did, right?
To some of the game studios that were part of Battle for the Habitats. So we had Firesquid, Ludin.io, Funcom, The Game Bakers, Illusion Interactive, and Kaikoyo with Sol AR. Thank you so much for all you did to be part of the movement and for raising money for vital causes for Oceania and for Rainforest Alliance.
I believe I hear the dulcet tones of our special guest. Yay! Hi. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, you guys, this is so good.
So not Ben Starr. Unless he's gonna talk through the dog. And the dog handler is black. Not that that's any importance.
Hi guys, this is Chili, aka Chili T. Bean Esquire, our senior nap manager and minister of treats. So Chili, we just talked about a game where you are a diner owner and all you make are hot dogs. Hot dogs? Hot dogs sound delicious. Let me think about that. Hey Papa, can we have a diner that makes hot dogs? What do you think, babe? Should we start a hot dog diner that will survive the apocalypse? All right, off you go, sir. Yes, a magical appearance by Chili. He is 8 months old, so sitting still is not his forte at the moment. Yeah, but he is the minister of naps, so if he takes a nap, you will get him to sit still. That would be a possibility as well.
That's a good.
Even more evidence of what Carl said when he said, look, she might be brown, but there is a suburbanite white mom inside there that loves watching Love Island, okay? Just learn to harness this power. Use it for good, not for evil.
Yes. The minister of treats and senior nap manager. I'm getting his titles wrong. But,
many things.
But he is a dog of many talents. A jack of all trades, master of tons. That's our little guy. Yes, I know. Okay, we were talking about initiatives. Sorry, I got distracted.
Oh, no, wait, we were talking about you're a dog and I'm a cockatoo.
Yes, exactly. And Chili is a dog. Now we have established what animals we all are.
So that's Battle for the Habitats. Yes. But we still have games on our store through Planet Play. And the initiative actually ran from the 22nd of April right through to the 5th of June, so yesterday. But there's still sales going on, so if you have a look, then you might grab a good deal.
Love that.
Other initiative I want to mention is by Slug Disco.
Yes.
And they did the Earth Appreciation Festival, which was around Earth Day. This was a big Steam sale. 70 games participated.
Oh, wow.
Do you know over 500 games applied? Wow. 500 games that had a green theme applied. 70 were selected, put onto the Steam page, and
so the answer is literally yes. They were all using your establishment as a kickback so they could be able to get pedigree farming. That's depressing. That's a lot depressing.
And raise money for charity, so it all went back into Green Project as well. So we'd love what those guys are doing. And then the one that's live now, hot off the press, went live yesterday, is the Green Game Jam.
Green Game Jam, yes! Oh, I love the Green Game Jam.
So this is by Playing for the Planet, the alliance which is for the industry, to help the industry go green. So there's a number of games, like majority mobile. There's some PC and console in there as well. But they're all doing things to raise money for, again, Oceania and Rainforest Alliance.
Love that.
And they'll all be live in June. So that just went live yesterday. So check out the Green Game Jam website and see what games are on there.
Okay, so 3 wonderful initiatives for us to shout out here. We're so glad we got a chance to do that. And now we should get back to the games. Yes. Let's do it.
The 4th category.
What's the 4th category?
So the 4th category is Green Thumb.
Equiverse is an action-packed ecosystem management game inspired by PopCap's Insane Aquarium. You, the player, takes care of different animal species, earn income by keeping them happy, unlock helpful companions, and defend your ecosystem against invading monsters. The goal is to keep your ecosystem thriving while balancing strategy, growth, and chaos. Hi.
So tower-based cultivation? Yeah, that's an offshoot of Sit and Survive.
My name is Via, and for me, Equiverse became something deeply personal. In October 2023, I became chronically ill, and my life changed completely. I lost my job, my mobility, and the life I was used to. Suddenly, the future I imagined for myself felt uncertain, and during that time, I tried to reconnect with why I fell in love with game development in the first place. Equiverse became that reminder. I wanted to create something simple, nostalgic, and satisfying while still feeling modern. Something I could look back on and feel proud of despite how different my life is today. Now, 2.5 years later, Equiverse is almost ready for its final playtest and release, and I'm beyond excited to finally share this passion project with all of you.
This is The Regreening, our cozy simulation game about restoring nature in a solar punk fairy tale. The deserted world of...
Another solar punk. Another cultivating solar punk. Another cozy game. Oh my god. I swear to God, they're breeding. They're breeding! Leave the solar punk alone. Leave the pseudo-Indian solar punk concept alone. I'm pretty sure Loft is the best one in the marketplace that can do it. It's not a question of whether or not people want it. It's a question about whether or not you're getting outdone and you guys can possibly cultivate in a different direction. How many more of you are going to solar punk this shit up when they're clearly eating your lunch? How do you open this box? Guess I'm opening like this. Giving me such a fucking headache, I'm breaking out fucking Laqua. I'm so tired of seeing Solarpunk. It's so boring. They're all the same. At least in that one, you get to fly around like an ancient alien Indian with wings. Oh, would you like to recultivate the planet and rebuild it? No. Give me some puzzle mechanics. Get anywhere closer to being like Forager.
Of their cleaning is full of trash that you clean up, dry soil that you revive, and animals that you bring back. But don't worry, you won't be alone. You will befriend many powerful spirits along the way who are willing to give you mighty abilities in exchange for your help. The regreening is a twist on modern farming simulators, where instead of exploiting the land, you regenerate it. In our game, you don't plan for profit. You...
That's very presumptuous. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Okay. 1. Stardew Valley. 2. Discounty. 2 games that are shop sims. One of them has an entire timeline and an entire argumentation sphere about you investing into either making JojaMart happen or investing into the community center so that the JojaMart closes. The other plays out the natural process of whether or not you chose to invest into creating a discount superstore that does what it's supposed to do, or you go full corpo and you basically exploit the profits. If you assume that every single game that is a farming game is about exploiting the... No, it can't be. Exploiting everything inside of the city and in the town of Stardew Valley would mean that no matter pathways you choose in that game, you're basically existing to create the farm that becomes a part of the farming empire. Even in commercial farming, you have to have an equilibrium balance, because that's how you save on the profit margin. It can't all be exploiting.
You plant because you want nature to bloom, animals to enjoy their happy lives, and because it is fun to recycle trash into useful tools and trinkets. Our warm fairy tale will help you unwind after a long and busy day. And yes, you can hug all the animals. Wishlist the green on Steam and join our free playtest.
Make sure you gotta hug animals. You gotta make sure you gotta hug the animals too. Fucking... It's just so performative. It's just so performative. Listen, I love green living as much as the next guy, okay? I want a giant greenhouse and I want a farm in my home. I want to be able to keep chickens. It's half the reason why I have the program that I do, where I pay $7 for $30 worth of farm fresh food directly from the end capitalists in my town. That's right, the anarchist capitalists in my town. They have lived in equilibrium with the environment for about 9 years, especially with the part where they ramped up their process during COVID and became a legitimate business. out on 2nd Avenue, working with the African American population, where even gangsters can pay a copay of $35 to $50, sometimes $60 for tooth removals and tooth repairs and tooth coverage, so that you can be able to get farm fresh food from fucking plot to table for the low price of $2 a fucking encapsulation. Season round. If you assume that the only way that you can have a game function in Solarpunk is that any attempt to try to create profit margin and then create a system that is sustainable is inherently evil, then there's no reason to ever be a farmer. There's no reason to ever do anything. Solarpunk is then a fairy tale. You can't live in equilibrium with your environment. You can't do it ethically. You can't be able to not only ethically live off the land, but also be able to ethically live under the framework of capitalism. So you might as well never develop for these games. You hear me? Do you hear me, transgenders? Do you hear me, transgender queers? The world literally can't function based on the promise that you're creating for these game jams, that you design these games for. Because they are very much game jam games. You're lying to me, you're lying to yourself.
Just now.
Hi, I'm Kacper, and together with my wife Kasia, we're making Leafy Corner, a cozy game about running your own little plant shop that was born from our love for houseplants. In the game, you plant and water plants, discover their variegations, help customers, and decorate your shop just the way you like. There are also tasks to complete that will earn you tokens, which in turn unlock more plants, pots, furniture, and decorations. Oh, and by the way, all plants are based on real-life houseplants you may recognize, which makes this game perfect for plant lovers. We really wanted to create a truly cozy, relaxing experience where your main focus is growing plants and decorating your space, so there is no time pressure or strategic management. If this sounds like something you'd enjoy, you can wishlist Leafy Corner on Steam and try the demo. We'd really appreciate this. Thanks, and don't forget to water your plants.
Hi everyone, I'm Mate, and I'm the developer of Green Again, a casual colony sim I've been working on for a few years now. Guide the tribe of Sproutlings, little plant people, as they terraform their planet and reclaim it from haywire robots. Since Green Again's demo first went live, I've made quite a few changes to the game. It's still cute and relaxing, it just has a little bit more to do if you want your Sproutlings to thrive. I've added multiple new robots to defend your Sproutlings against, as well as several buildings to throw a wrench in their plans. It's not quite a tower defense game, but building defenses has a more critical role now. On top of that, the decoration system has also been revamped, and will now reward people who place them wisely. Efficiency and aesthetics should go hand in hand, and these changes aim to do that. I'm working on a lot more things at the moment, like several biomes and some even more threatening robots, and I can't wait until they're ready to show you all. I'm looking forward to sharing more Green Again news as well as an updated demo later in 2026.
The Leafy Corner? Oh, I want to have a little plant shop. So many dreams.
I think these games are a really good way to learn.
Which is absolutely incredible. Yeah, I again, such a perfect amalgam of entertainment and education. And then the regreening, I believe, is the one that's like, they call it soil punk, which I love. I've never heard of that term before.
Yes.
Such a fun little cozy way to re-establish nature in their universe there.
And I thought the one that you'd love as well was Equiverse.
Equiverse was pretty darn cool because there was a fox in there. But also, what I do love about all of these, including the one with the little sproutlings, is it's almost like, it reminds me of SimCity. And I used to love that as a kid because I wanted to take care of the people who were living in SimCity, so I wanted to create a beautiful city for them. And the sproutlings are doing that, and Equiverse is doing that. So that sense of pride and ownership in taking care of something, whether it's plants or whether it's an actual ecosystem that's being created like Equiverse.
Exactly. And the thing about Equiverse as well is it also has this kind of economy. You know, you have to make an income from it as well, but there's also a dark side. So there's so much you have to kind of battle against to try and create something, which I think is, you know, adds to the fun and the complexity.
I love that. I love that. Much like life.
So we have the Explore Natural Worlds.
Explore Natural Worlds. Okay, that is a broad one.
It's very broad.
There's a lot to check out.
There's a lot in that one, and you know, some of these other games could fall into that category.
Sure, of course.
And we've got a kind of a biggie at the end.
A biggie?
A biggie, like an announcement.
Ooh. Right, let's see. Let's check them out.
Cairn is a grand adventure game, taking you to the cliffs of the legendary Mount Kami to attempt to...
These games are already public. Why are they being announced at Summer Games Fest for new video games?
The ascent of a lifetime. There you are, alone, faced with the immensity of the task and the limits of your own body. Climbing in Cairn is very different from climbing in other games. It's very realistic, but it's also very simple. You grab the holds and manage your posture like in real rock climbing. It can also be challenging and requires perseverance. If you're careless, you fall. Happily climbing is a natural checkpoint system. Pittance. Make sure to use them carefully as they are limited. The whole mountain is open for your exploration. Every rock is climbable, and it's up to you to set your route to the summit. You explore at your own pace, find resources to survive along the ascent, and set up camp for the night. Along the way, you will find remnants of the mountain's lost history and discover what it takes to make it to the summit.
Hi, I'm Marin. I work with a small team at Piece of Cake Studio on Fantastic Haven. It all started with whiteboards we couldn't stop filling with creatures. Dragons, griffin, chimera, they just kept coming. And we were wondering, if they ever had existed, why aren't they still among us? That became the heart of the game. In every fantasy story, magic fades and creatures disappear. Sometimes our own world feels the same. But what if, this time, you were the one bringing them back? Discover the biomes and creatures on Fantastic Haven this year. We are glad you're with us for it.
The fate of magic lies in our hands.
Another cultivation sim. This one is just Pokemon by another name. That's what this one is. I didn't hear that.
Welcome to Pebbletown. It's quiet, it's beautiful, and it's currently overflowing with animals in a desperate need of getaway. And if you're up for it, build a dream resort for them. Care for cats, dogs, giraffes, lions, alpacas, and more. Farm the land to feed your guests and fund your resort to make ends meet. Period. Animals love good exterior design. Create a lively home for yourself.
This is literally just Stardew Valley. Now, that's not a bad thing. Probably better that games start cultivating themselves to be more like Stardew Valley. Because it's the language that most people who are basically into cozy games are going to understand. If you have too much variance, they're not going to be able to pick it up, you know? Now, I could always be proven wrong. Basically, wait until December. If a bunch of people on console pick up RuneScape Dragon Wilds and they magically become masters of gameplay and they start doing shit that they could have long since been doing and don't starve together, but it's different because it's now in a format that they're familiar with. It's more like the clanners, such as Dune Awakening. Then basically the industry is going to try to find ways to make that a cozy game. Which I'm pretty sure already exists because it's called Grounded. Grounded, Fully Yoked, and Grounded 2. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You know Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, don't you?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Rick Moranis, scientist.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Explore Pebbletown. Unravel its mystery. Meet quirky locals. And maybe find your soulmate. Possum Resort. Wishlist now on Steam.
Strange Seed is an evolution role-playing game where you don't choose a class, you build one out of body parts. From your beginnings as a weak little blob, you'll hunt down strange creatures and collect their DNA to evolve your custom monster. Since launch, players kept asking us one thing: where's the water level? So we made it. The new ocean expansion lets you dive into a fully underwater area with seahorses, jellyfish.
Honestly, I feel like that's backwards. You should start from coming out of the ocean and then going on to land. That's just neato, honestly. There are a bunch of new facts. I don't want to have to use that word, but I don't really care. If Twitch is gonna ban me, they're gonna ban me. I'm not happy about the bunch of new facts that basically that one episode of Rick and Morty that was just basically Spore. They pretend like they understand this concept now, when before they basically made it impossible for a Spore-like game to get made. Spore, Monster Rancher, the whole like, you know? Like, an entire subgenre of Monster Hunter game had to be made to allow for cultivation with the same shit that came from Monster Hunter Joker. Because both of them are monster captures. I don't know why the fuck there isn't another Spore, like, another Spore clone. It's so easy to do.
Manta rays, squids, sharks, new evolutions, new nests, and the brand new boss fight. It even adds a full 3D swim and movement system so you can explore the ocean from every angle. The ocean expansion launches in mid-June, so please look forward to it.
My name is Patrick, also called Klim online, and I'm one of the two co-founders of Cyberwave, a company that is currently developing Solarpunk. Solarpunk is a multiplayer survival game in which you use an airship to traverse a world of floating islands, building farms and bases to construct your own futuristic utopia. Solarpunk is a calm survival game at heart, especially at a time when the world can feel pretty chaotic. We wanted to create a place where you can slow down, hang out with your friends, talk, build a home together, and just enjoy the feeling of creating something peaceful in the skies. While most of these survival games are like you have to survive, which is in the name, there are not many cozy survival games where you can feel at home and relax. Other than giving the player the opportunity to live in a dystopia, we wanted to give the player the opportunity to create their own utopia instead. The game is launching on the 8th of June, and you can of course wishlist it on Steam right now. Thank you for watching, and we cannot wait to see what you and your friends build when you get to play Solarpunk.
All I know is that one of those games is named Possum Resort, and I want to go to there. Is there a place called Possum Resort that I can actually go to? Because I want it, and if not, we're making it, and we're making it because of these people who created this wonderful game. Well,
I'm telling you, if you close your eyes, doesn't she sound like she lives in the boulevard? If you close your eyes.
fun game that is. Just creating a home for all the animals. And also Karen, what a cool concept. I used to be a rock climber. I stopped once I started having long nails. Okay. A little hard to go rock climbing with these nails. But the realism of how they do the climbing in it with the lead climbing and everything is so unusual because, you know, in games we don't really ever get a chance to have that kind of an experience. Usually you're just pressing a button, moving your console or whatever to do it, moving your controller to make it happen. But this seems very, very specific.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about that game as well is the fact that, you know, some of these games help you do something that you might want to do in the real world, but you don't. Like,
Yes.
I love it.
Yes, exactly. Being able to explore worlds that you wouldn't necessarily have a chance to explore, and that what a great way to be able to do it with those specific mechanics that they created.
Exactly.
Very, very cool.
Because there's a few games like that in here that I think are kind of like that as well, like Outbound.
Yes.
The camper van and camping.
Yes. I am not a person who, generally speaking, voluntarily goes camping, but that made it look really, really, really fun.
It does.
That may be my version of, I'm probably not going to do this, but I'm definitely going to do it in game, and then I might be sucked into actually doing it in real life because the game is so fun. And then we had Lumentale,
yes.
Memories of Trey, with those adorable, it was just like some very like manga style, cool characters to explore.
But also I thought that was really cool as well because I think, and this is by Beehive Studios and Team 17, and it's actually just recently been released as well. But I think, I loved how they were showing the different ways that animals, you know, you could explore nature and the animals, but do it in this like beautiful manga style.
Yep, loved it that way.
And we also had Strange Seed.
Strange Seed. I mean, who doesn't want to come to life as a blob? I feel like a blob every day when I wake up and I don't want to roll out of bed. But so cool again how it evolves into all of these different creatures, and then you get a chance to learn a little bit more about evolution or learn a bit more about that process.
Exactly. And they actually have got some new content that's been released this month. It's some new ocean content in the game.
Okay. So you can swim and you can be a land animal.
Yes.
That's very cool.
Very cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, look at that.
We have all this time in production, and somehow they don't have any clips to go alongside it. They only have the video packets prepared for showing off the game in quick snippets. Also, that was a very tight hour. That
one. And then we had, I really loved Fantastic Haven, but what I really loved about the trailer as well is just hearing about the creative process.
Yeah. But then you mentioned Solarpunk,
yes,
which is such a cool concept, being able to create instead of in an apocalyptic dark way, being able to create like a cozy game where you actually get to build your world and you actually get to create homes and this world with your friends.
Yeah, and Solar Punk, I don't know if you caught that in
the big
video.
announcement.
The announcement.
Yes. So that's in 2 days.
But I love that one as well. The fact that I love the way he described the fact that they're getting people to slow down in a world that's a bit chaotic. They're creating not dystopia but utopia, and the fact that it's about friendships, and I think that's so needed. And so I think for anyone who doesn't play games, look at games like this, because it shows the power of gaming.
Yeah, and how simple and positive and inspirational building something can be. It's a really, really, really special thing. Wow, so many amazing games.
Many. I know, it's been a wild ride.
It has been through different universes, above ground, in the air, underwater, all over the place. And we had our own personal little representative of nature, Chili TV and Esquire, giving us his opinions about things. So hopefully he can support all of the dogs in the audience who are watching and tell you what the best games are.
Exactly.
Entirely possible.
And inspire more dogs to play.
Yes. Yes, we need to work on more dog-human co-op games. Can someone create that for me? I'm going to talk to some game developers, and next year we're going to... Yes,
game controllers.
Exactly.
Yep.
She might be Indian, but she deserved this. White women! Wow, wow, wow.
Shout out to Pooper Noodle on Instagram, because she has a beautiful dog named P who actually plays games using her buttons. They're attached, they're connected to her computer.
Oh, that's
and
so cool.
actually, she plays Overwatch, she plays a bunch of different games. It's insane.
I need to follow her.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been amazing. And I think before we get to the end, just have to do a couple of reminders, because we've got the Steam page. Remember, everyone go to the Summer Games Fest Green Game Showcase Steam page. All the games are listed there.
Yep, wishlist all of them.
Yeah, wishlist them all.
Make them all there.
There's a handful that you can buy, but go and check them out. There's the Planet Play Store if you're looking for games that will give back to green projects. Every single one of those on the Planet Play Store does, so please come and visit us. And I just want to give a shout out to the showcases. There's been so many showcases so far. We've got Frosty Games that's coming up later on today. There'll be more over the weekend, so keep an eye out. But yeah, there's been some incredible ones following on from yesterday's, obviously the main showcase.
Yeah.
But that's it.
It's been so fun spending time with you, Jude, and spending time with all of you and all of you back home. So check them out. Check out the rest of the Future Games show, all the rest of the showcases, and we'll see you all next time.
Yeah, see you next year. Bye.
We would like to thank Xsola, our headline sponsor, building a brighter future for the industry.
And then you have to fucking close out on the end. That's tighter than everything else. Okay, alright. Honestly, not that bad. It was much tighter than last year. But it does not undo the cringe. And now, Deutschland. Apparently also clocking in with a tight 42.
Oh, damn it.
Is this an improvement? Are we finally making them not waste time? Apparently, all of the other ones are also within an hour. Wow, they finally learned. Meat and potatoes, and not extra shit. And it only took 5 years. And COVID. And the game industry crash that's still happening in slow motion.
We sent the machines before us to prepare the moon, to build everything we needed before we arrived. Rails, stations, a network connecting every corner of the surface. But something went wrong.
Arm yourself, whatever you can find. Then breach the enemy's barricade. We'll cover you as best we can.
First off, we've got being Vikings. Lost Legions. Valheim sends its regards. Click, dash, and slash game. Well, hello there, Fruit Ninja. What are you doing here?
Hi, und herzlich willkommen zum Deutsch... Was? Was sagst du? Oh, this is the English version. Oh, alright, alright. Let's try it again. Hi, and a warm welcome to the Deutsche Indie Showcase Summer Game Fest Edition. I'm Hollyote, German streamer and the voice guiding you through today's program.
Hi, German streamer.
Over the next few minutes, you can expect a wide variety of unique games, all created by developers from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Get ready for gripping stories, dance atmospheres, and creative gameplay mechanics. I'm supposed to send you warm regards from the entire OneUp management team who spent the last few months sifting through 80 game applications. Checking out games for a living. No, that's the dream. By now, the Deutsche Indie Showcase has featured more than 150 games. So, a huge thank you to all the devs out there for their creative work. There's true passion in every single pixel here. Whether you're looking for the next indie masterpiece to add to your wishlist, or you just want to see how much talent the GSA region has to offer, you've come to the right place. Grab a cold drink and make yourselves comfortable. Here we go. Roll the tape for the Deutsche Indie Showcase.
I see we're showing, not telling here. So we've got another farm cultivator. Oh, okay, that's creative. So you use your mouse like a paintbrush, and using it like a paintbrush, you're able to actually paint the terrain the way that you want to change it. Shout out to Scribblenauts. And we got a pistol gen. Sit and survive. Yep. And he cultivates a base around it.
I'm always on the move. But being here,
It reminds me of when I was a child, when everything felt easier. I remember when Grandpa told me the story of his first big sea expedition. The evening right after I told Mom and Dad I wanted to become a ship captain that goes on adventures too. Your smile inside the expected playroom. He loves coming to this place, just watching the years, and I get why. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. I was gone, and it's my fault for not keeping up with how things are going. But now, you are gone, and there's no chance left to start again. You supported me no matter what and helped me when no one else would without me even having to ask. And what did I do? I abandoned you, left you alone with your problems, and you're the only reason I've become someone I could be proud of. Just a house. It's just a house.
A narrative game where it's about basically dealing with nature and your place in it. Okay.
Oh, wait, don't leave.
And of course, it wouldn't be a game showcase if it didn't have the autism section. Trains!
Hey, those are integral.
Super beautiful, right? Cozy games can be so incredibly diverse.
Listen. If they are gonna pay the amount of money that they pay to get the DLC for the shit that they pay for, look, they can take it, okay? Fuck the $500 I've spent in Path of Exile. These people are spending thousands of dollars for various different Sims, alright? You got it. I'm just cracking jokes, okay? You got it.
But enough relaxing. Our next vibrant segment is here to prove that the GSA region is made of way more than just sleepy villages.
And we got another Artport Tycoon game. In the wake of the loss of all the people who steal their ability to play The Sims, this is a definite boon to them, because now they actually have a video game that is The Sims. But it's the Tycoon games. Of course, you can always get the ones in the past, but it's like, look, they want to recreate Mr. Bones' Wild Ride, not hear about it. Maybe even invent it. You know, a little bit of corporate and deceitful creation of water slides as a treat. A treat.
Okay, erster Arbeitstag. Sauber machen, hat er gesagt. Den Dungeon auf Vordermann bringen, hat der Kerkermeister gesagt. Moment, das ist ein Frosch! Meine Kollegen sind ein Schleimwürfel, eine Leg...
He's speaking in German, and there are subtitles to understand it. But basically, it's going to be one of those quirky, neat the characters Hades likes. But it's a dungeon crawler.
Kriegerin und ein Brückentroll und eine Krankenschwester und lauter Ratten. Und dann unsere Kunden, Abenteurer, komplette Vollpfosten. Moment, irgendwas stinkt hier gewaltig nach Sabotage. Und ich soll das aufklären? Dabei bin ich doch bloß der Hausmeister.
It also seems to be a bit of a point and click, so if any person here, like myself, is familiar with the game Slasher's Keep, imagine that, but it's more like the Hierophant game. Am I pronouncing that one correctly? Hierophant. Hierophant, Hierophant. Hierophant. Wishlist. Should be like $5 towards the top. Horripliant. 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 So, take Slasher's Keep, cross it with Horripliant, and then make it point and click. You know, like World of Horror. There you go. That's this game.
Oder? Bindet raus, jetzt Wishlisten und die Demo spielen.
Cash is king! And the obvious friend slot game section. This is almost guaranteed to be part of the broadcast simply because it's something about foreign studios and other people who keep making these games that allow for them to exist in the first place. Am I saying that friend slot games are bad? No. I'm saying that these people keep making them, and then people keep trying to get me to play them. And then it's like, okay, but can you even understand what they're saying? And they're like, bro, do I have to? And then they stop playing it, and then it's like, okay, why did we start playing this game? And it's like, it seemed it would be fun. And it's like, you haven't logged on in forever.
Awesome.
So, spot a highlight or two in there yet? After all that chaotic fun, things are getting a little deeper. These next titles prove one thing above all. Gaming is an art form. Enjoy the next few games.
Point and click exploration title. Yes, doesn't seem bad. And you apparently become a werewolf in the midnight. Frida is changing. Or at least not making me have to care about the character's period. That's always weird. Horror skateboarding game? Anarchy Simulator? Anarchy Simulator. After having experienced Unbeatable, this gives me the heebie-jeebies, mainly because it feels like it wants to be interesting, but it can't actually be interesting. Because the messaging of hipsterism means that they can't be interesting. You know? Like, they have to choose between being posers or being people. Children of Saturn. And now a clicker game where you basically go what? On the computer? And experience road trip videos? Seems to be. Oh, that is a fucking inventive art style that I'll remember.
Frank? Oh, it's you. I thought it was your father. He was going to bring the little back home. It'll be fine. Just go to the lake house. It'll be fine. Just...
Phew, talk about an intense atmosphere, right? We can't wait to hear your thoughts on those games. Speaking of which, want to check them out for yourself? Add them straight to your wishlist. You can find all of tonight's titles on our Steam event page or by scanning this QR code. Thank you so much for your support. Next up, if you're looking for clever mechanics, combos and roguelikes, you are in for a real treat.
Hi, I'm Luca, and this is our colorful medieval madness cards and cannons. Here you build massive worlds, collect shiny loot, and unleash mighty spells and ever-escalating builds to crush giant hordes of enemies and defend your kingdom. Every run starts with a tiny island. You can use the cards in your deck to place all sorts of buildings and upgrade them to the absolute max. How you defend your world is completely up to you. Even the enemy spawners can be placed freely, so you can plan like a master strategist. By day you expand your world, and at night you use your arsenal of spells to take control of the battlefield, freeze your enemies, crush them with meteors, or beat them up with the Chignado. All call in backup and send your own warriors into battle. Every run brings new enemies and even crazier challenges. You'll constantly find shops and golden treasures, where you can grab new cards and upgrades that will send your power level through the roof. After every run, you can improve your skills, unlock even more insane decks, and discover brand new worlds that turn the game completely upside down. Hungry for ballistas going crazy? Massive lightning storms? Or aggressive banana rain? You'll find all that and more in Cards and Cannons. Are you ready for the chaos? Wishlist Cards and Cannons now on Steam.
Nexus is hungry, build an organism, and deliver resources. Ah, cultivation building sim game. It's been a while since they made one of these. This is the one that they made that I've already put on my list, no? No, I have not. This is called Banana. Okay. Moon Lords. Draft troops. Send the troops out. Oh, I just saw something that made me angry. Oh shit. Marcus, did you used to play Age of Empire?
Barely.
Did you ever hear of a game called Warlords Battlecry?
No.
It's very similar to basically Warcraft and Age of Empire.
I did play Warcraft.
It's not that much of a different game, but it had its quirks. But it was a part of the genre. And as a part of the genre, it existed for a purpose. And it was one of the many ways that you got people into real-time strategy. But, and a very interesting thing happened in that time period in which it mattered. The turn-based content basically became an afterthought. But you still had to always actually engage in real-time strategy, you know, manually moving the minions around, having them claim things in the environment, discovering other things in the environment, and then slowly over time building up your army so that you may be able to conquer and or even negotiate your battle lines with other people. Unlike the turn-based concept of Civilization, what was very obviously what my father's generation grew up on, right? New World Order, Might and Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic, Game Spy, yeah. When a person shows you a game and they basically say, listen bro, this game is really fun. It's got real-time strategy, but you don't have to do the micromanaging. What sticks out to you?
That's not real-time strategy.
Yeah. Now I know who it's made for, right? Cozy gamers. It's made for cozy gamers. Because cozy gamers can't do two things at once. I'm sorry, cozy gamers! It's true! You can't! I'm sorry, you can't! If I ask you to walk and chew bubblegum, I swear to fucking Christ, your brain turns off. And in saying that, it's like, man, Carl, that seems really mean. That seems really toxic. How are you going to put them on the spot like that? Am I wrong, Marcus? Am I wrong?
Some can do it. Others, they have a tough time due to the fact that, like, there are some people that are just like that. They're extremely like overwhelmed by like a lot of stuff.
Just like I know the concept, right? Because like I'm technically playing something that requires real-time strategy. Oh man, I want to be able to explore this area. This seems really cool. Oh no, Carl's getting gang fucked by a stalking group of rats. He's actually playing Chapter 7B right now. He's playing he's got Deltarune right now in this game. And the concept of running away, when it's like, but I want to see what's behind the object. But I don't want to get gang raped by the enemy. Well, you're getting gang raped by the enemy. Save, quit, save scum. That's not what I agreed to.
It's why a lot of the times whenever I see a lot of people playing League or Deadlock, those are the people.
Yeah. I don't...
They were pressured by their competitive friends to play.
Yeah. Like, that's a sidebar that we can have, right? Because between the two of us, I'm the more aggressive player, where I don't play like a vegan. You are much more, less temperamental, more communicative, and when you get put in that position, and I fuck up sometimes and I end up putting you in this position, you are the kind that doesn't necessarily shut down, but you are the kind that's like, nigga, help me! Help me, nigga! What are you...
We playing the same game. We playing the same game. We have to... Yeah, because I have... You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna go into a rant here right now, people, and I'm sorry, Carl, I'm stealing the show right now because fuck, this is the biggest pet peeve I had to deal with. I've been a support player in League for... I used to do that quite often, where I would just be a support player and do that shit. You wanna know the one thing that everybody fucking did every single time without fucking fail? Hey, you probably shouldn't do that. You don't tell me what to do. And then whenever I ask for help, it's like, no, I gotta farm. I have to farm. And that's the most annoying fucking thing to me. If you're saying you have to farm, what were you doing all fucking game? If I need you to do something for me, what are you not doing? The thing that will make us win. I need you to kill the two idiots because they are out of position and you're not gonna fucking do it?
Just, well, if you're out of position and you're already dying, well, what the fuck's stopping you from doing it before? What, you just decided to walk up towards people for fun? Like, for fun, you just started fighting the enemy in their face? Well, yeah, Carl, I did. It was fun, okay? That's how I have fun! Nigga, for losing is not fun. And you're telling me you just walked up and you let it happen? You're like, in your mouth. Like, that just happened in front of you. Like, you just turned around, bent over, and said, please, be gentle. Like a fucking throwaway joke from the era of Toby Turner, featuring Gonzom. You all know the one I'm referencing. It's the Creeper Rape video. You all know what I'm talking about. You do that for 10 to 15 minutes, and then you turn around and it's like, no support, I cannot help you. That ass raping has taught me that I now need to go power farm. Oh, power farm instead of just farming? So now I have to watch you disempower me for 5 minutes, because your bitch ass didn't know how to play the fundamentals. Well, you know, learning the game the difficult way is fun. Oh, learning the game the difficult way is fun. Oh, that case. Okay. No, don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you now. I'm gonna watch you for 5 minutes. I'm betting enough to count on 5 minutes. Okay, you ready to go? You got everything you need? Well, I can't navigate that. Oh, he can't navigate the menu now. Oh, why are you being mean to me? Oh, why am I being mean? Why the fuck did you come into the live gameplay? Huh? What? I bet I am. Why did you come into the live gameplay setting instead of going to practice? Well, I wanted to play live matches. There's a bot mode for a reason. You know how you practice on a training dummy so that when you go into live combat, you have a general facsimile upon which to map your knowledge to. But I wanted to have fun and jump in blind.
You know what? Hey, Carl, how does this image make you feel? It's in the side chat. I don't know why it became so fucking tiny, but you know what?
It does that. I can resize it, don't worry.
How does that make you feel?
So the people who want to be able to play the home version of this game, let's go very quickly to the site. The image I am looking at comes from inside of the Discord. It comes from, right, that's not Discord, here. Hello, adherent.
I don't want to have double hearing of you.
It's fine. Hello, adherent. How are you doing? But the image we're looking at here is an allied team, right? I don't see the rest of the condition of the map, but I don't need to see the rest of the condition of the map. I can tell you exactly what's fucking happening. Enemy Holiday and enemy Lady Geist are probably pushing uncontested as 2 down middle lane. The wave is encompassing past the turret. How do I know that? Those are the minions behind Lady Geist's portraits. Those are the incoming minions that are coming into the wave. So the wave is currently settled towards the middle, where the next wave is about to continue holding. Which means Holiday and Geist are just poking at a long-range distance with their bombs, because they can do that. 2 people who are ability-based characters are walking into Allied territory, uncontested and undefended. Meanwhile, in the jungle, 4. I can count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see who's underneath Bebop. Might be Abrams. But Sinclair, Abrams, and that can't be Billy. I can't tell who's underneath Sinclair. But doesn't matter. 4, count them, 4, it's a 6-man game, 4 defenders are fighting in contested side jungle territory over what I can only assume, because the only thing that's currently showing is 1 member, a 4v1 chase down as they are giving away the middle walker. Assuming that they are relevantly fed with core items, you do not walk up to a Lady Geist and a Holiday. That is a very nice way to get lassoed, to get pushed, and to get pulled into damage. Like, I'm just imagining it. Open up, Holiday's in the air, barrels out of nowhere, lasso, held still, Lady Geist ultimate, steals all your HP, throw down a bomb underneath your feet, you're dead. So a solo defender cannot do this. Not by themselves. I don't care how tanky you are. If you're even playing Mo and Krill, you can't do it, because first off, you're Mo and Krill. You're ground-based anyways. You have to wait for Holiday to come out of the air. But then, 4 people are uncontested pushing into your base. And we're in the side jungle. Chasing what I'm going to take a blind guess and say is a Warden. If we couldn't kill Warden with Bebop Sinclair, why the rest of the other 2 of you chucklefucks are here? Because assumptively, if they pushed into your jungle and they entered into the lane past the minions, that means the enemy is comfortable in your jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are playing the home game, there are no vision wards in Deadlocked. It's vision and optics and audio occlusion. That big old OCC word, occlusion, which is a $25 word for I have to hear you and I have to see you. If you can see them pressing your walker actively, and you can hear them in your side jungle, why the fuck are you chasing them in the jungle? Go home! Go home! Home! Go home! But what if the Warden and or other player character turns around and shoots us? You shouldn't be there. Well, how do I know I'm not supposed to be there? Do you give shit away for free? Do you leave your front door of your house open? If you lie and say yes you do and you're not Canadian, Stab yourself in the hand right now. Don't play with me.
So, AKA, hey, if you lived in like middle to upper middle class or upper class white neighborhoods, yeah, you had your doors open, and you would casually just have. I've been to neighborhoods like that. It's weird.
It is weird, but it's a very specific kind of culture. The only correct answer to the people who do this is like, well, that's what we do in our culture. We leave our doors open. We don't have those kind of ne'er-do-wells in our neighborhood.
What do you mean by that?
Whites.
No. But that's my usual reaction. What do you mean by ne'er-do-wells? Who are the ne'er-do-wells?
People I don't know. Strangers.
Yeah. Except nobody knows anybody in that. It's in most neighborhoods that I've been to, they don't know each other. They don't want to know each other. It's a game of, yeah, it's my neighborhood. I know that it's safe enough because everybody's, quote, like-minded.
What the fuck does that mean?
What the like-mindedness?
Hell yeah.
I'll frame it like this. People in my state, near St. Cloud, they don't give two shits. Like, because in a previous position that I worked at, which was like a few weeks ago, one of my coworkers that I was working with, she got the cops called on her. And they all corroborated legitimately towards her through the police that, hey, she's like checking our backyards and she's like looking at our cars and like snooping through them and all this, and they all corroborated the same exact story. Now, my coworker, I know for a fact, did not do that and just went to the front door to talk to people. That's what I mean by like-mindedness. They will all go corroborate the same story. If we don't know, and I hate to say that it's racism, but it's racist, without a shadow of a doubt. If you don't look like us, get the hell out. That's kind of the whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense now?
I mean, yeah, the majority of people who are playing most of these games, when they have no idea how to be the difference maker, are usually people who work with attitude collectives. Once again, I harken back to what I said earlier. Jeremy, I beat my wife, Light Lynn, of Riot Games, of Riot History, the man who made struggle sessioning your team for not being non-toxic, is the man that created that attitude. I'll phrase it a different way. Why do you think black people like playing competitive video games?
Are you asking me?
Yes. I'm asking you your opinion.
In my opinion?
Yes, in your opinion.
Depends on the type of competitive game. If it's fighting games, it's to prove themselves to be the best. Without a shadow of a doubt. If it's a team game, then there's multiple effects that go into that.
Give me a general idea.
A generalized idea, usually because there are types of mechanics that do influence them. But I'll say Gears of War. Why not? In Gears, there's ways that you can like communicate with your teammates, and it will have a satisfactory outcome for it.
You could probably go even more generic, but I'll give my version of generic. It's probably for the same reason why a person who plays team sports would also be a person who would be deeply interested in playing on an actual football team. They play Madden, and despite the fact that they play Madden, they still continue to play actual IRL sports. Because they know that they have skills, and they just hone those skills constantly. And I'll definitely take the answer of because they like to be the best. And being the best means that they don't have to depend on other people.
Yeah. That's usually the majority. The reason why is because a majority of the time, we don't want to be let down. And most of the time we are. It's why I developed the mentality I have now. I've been let down for a majority of my life by other people. I don't want to deal with y'all. I want to take, if I'm to play a team game, you will follow my lead. You will play with me, or you're playing against me. I do not care, because I'm going to throw us past that finish line, whether you want to sit there and cry about it, or will actually help me. Either way, I want to win. And if you don't want to win, go play something else. Because I will actively kick you in the fucking mouth for making me lose.
I don't think I'd go that far, but I'm definitely a person who has learned to use...
I would. But then again, I don't give a fuck anymore.
I mean, I've
what
played
reason
for money.
do I have?
I mean, I've played for money, and I've had to sign a contract where if I did shit like that, I get charged $1,000. I mean, I'll more than happily say the words that make a team bond together against me to make them work together. Like, it's an unorthodox technique, and it's going to work because, hey, you had that energy to talk shit. I want to see you put the energy in the game. You had all the energy for me. Where's the energy for the enemy?
Because it doesn't exist.
It's kind of like
that's the problem. Is that every single time that they looked, this is why, like, this is the number one reason why me and Dax are the competitive. Me, Dax, and Chris are the competitive bunch of the gateway. Us three alone, we play together. We play competitive games. We understand our strengths decently enough to where we can, like, do something about it. The issue is that whenever it comes to adding, like, Liam or Ninja to the game, they have the mentality of, well, this is casual, I don't have to really worry about it. To where I'm, like, trying to say, like, hey, I need you to come with me, and it goes like, and they're very resistant towards it. And part of me in my mind is like, they're my friend. The other side is, I will fucking push you into the fucking dirt, take your pants down, and show you a good time if you do not do as I say.
And that's why his server is called the Gateway. Capital.
Anyways, but point being, I've developed this feeling for years. This has manifested into what it has manifested into because of the fact that every single time that I've spoken to somebody, they don't listen to me. The thing happens. I say I told you so. They flip the fuck out. And I'm sitting there going like, you're flipping out when I should be the one flipping out. But you're the one that's upset because I knew what would happen to a fucking T. I'll give this as an example. You know, you've seen Ninja, and you've seen how he talks and how he plays. The vibes, the rants, stuff like that. Me, Dax, and him all used to play Apex Legends. I don't play Apex Legends anymore because I think it's just gone down the drain. I think it's mainly a toxic deluge of what it used to be. Which, I'm right. Regardless, whether I'm right or not about that, if me and Dax went down, he wouldn't try to beeline it for, you know, hey, let's get you guys revived so we don't get fucked over and all that. You know what he did? He would go to do that, but would casually throw in a grenade near two things that were happening, and we were like, "Don't do that because they will find you and oust you, and they will kill you." He didn't listen because he's like, "I want to add in the chaos and all that." Only for, you guessed it, him to get beamed by one person who's actually paying attention in the team fight, and he goes, "What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Why? How could they triangulate where I was when I just threw a random grenade there?" It's like, you don't think that they're going to pay attention to a grenade that's coming stage left from them?
I understand the logic behind it. Understanding the logic behind it doesn't make me less annoyed when it happens. How could they have the ability to know what I was going to do, and also decide to take the time out of the fight to come chase me down? Aren't you supposed to be more focused on the other team? I don't know, it's just all cognitive mind. It seems like a smart, logical choice, because it's like, you're going to be more focused on, oh no, are we being ambushed? If they're confident enough to throw a grenade, clearly they're going to be confident enough to approach us. Oh, I don't know if I should go for this, but that's not how they behave. They're not vegans. I wouldn't call most of these players that do this bloodthirsty, but they're not vegans. You throw something at them, you are encroaching on their space and challenging them to come find you. And they will come find you. Like a fucking Jad-usable horror film. They don't care. The more you hide, the more it gives them the practice to basically read the environment. And then when they find you, they hold you down, and, well, it's like DBZ Broly having his way with a non-powered Trunks. The vision I'm trying to paint here for you people is somebody's calling somebody princess.
Yeah. And the worst thing is that it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. If it was like you had to like traverse the field and try your best not to get caught and you have to like distract them, I could get that. But you're doing this for the sake of doing it. Not because there's not because there's a different.
It's not because you don't have an ultimatum. Yeah, it's not because you don't have an ultimatum like, oh fuck, it's an open field, there are two teams clearly ratting, I have to basically either move perfectly through this field or run for my fucking life, and whatever happens, happens, random bullshit, go! No, you made the choice that with absolute zero quiet, that you were going to throw a random grenade at somebody poking in the open field. And you thought they were not going to invest the time to figure out the direction and the triangulation of that grenade to come find you. And you thinking, they're not going to figure out where I'm standing. Yes, they will. Because I can almost promise you, if they're able to hunt you, they probably were rats at one point, and then they became non-vegan players. So not only do they know where you are, they know exactly how you're hiding, where you're hiding, and what you're hiding behind. So you're surprised that they chose to waste the time. Yeah, they have nothing better to do. No one else is pressing them. But what if they are being pressed? They don't care. If they think they're being aggressed by a target they can find, they'll waste the time to come find you. It's worth it. Because if you throw a grenade, I don't remember all the grenades, but I do remember the Arc Star. If I'm throwing an Arc Star at you, and it's more than likely going to hit more your shield than it is your raw HP, and I'm pretty sure that game it's always your shield protects everything as long as you have shield. Unlike the other games where it's like, the shield mitigates damage. Shoutouts to fucking Arc Raiders. The shield mitigates the incoming damage, so that you don't take as much raw damage to your HP pool. The purpose of the Arc Star is I know where you are. I am going to stick you, and I'm going to layer the damage, so you have less reaction time. Flames are to flush. Regular and Decimary Explosion is to create space and layers to flush you into the open, upon where I will then beam you, or I will completely shut you down with a shotgun. Because certain types of items support certain types of playstyles. If it's something that creates gas, we're using the PPP method that comes from the finals. Pop, pour, perform. Pop the zone, pour in a deterrent, an irritant, or an astringent, and perform. Open the battlefield up and create the space in which to do the wet work operation. Pop the gas, pop the smoke, pop the flame, pop the whatever, shut the enemy down, and deny them gameplay. If you're throwing a random grenade in my direction, the random grenade is designed to make me not think about who's near me. It's meant to make me think about, well, I'll quote the scout. Heads up, chucklefuck! And by the time I'm either blinded, frozen, electrified, shocked, or coughing because of toxin poison, I expect 5 people to come out of fucking nowhere and put their guns up my asshole. If that doesn't happen, it means you don't know where I am. You're looking for someone to react. And if you don't know where, if you don't know where I am, then well, just think of your shot. Either you kill me or I kill you. Game on, bitch.
Yeah. And that's the issue. It's in a game where because this is like way back in the seasons when like pretty much before like I think like some of the cast members were even there. The characters that we all played was Ninja with Mirage because he wanted to be a funny haha trickster, you didn't actually shoot me, and to escape. I played Bangalore because I wanted to create space and I had an offensive tool to flush people out. Or I played Mad Maggie when she came out. Dax played Race. And only Race.
Yeah, that sounds like Dax.
But then again, and then when I think like Valkyrie came out, he also played. But the point I'm trying to make is, based off of those playstyles, you would think that Dax and I would be the offensive types. Ninja would be the defensive type. Right?
Yeah.
He would play to, you know, either A, flank with Dax, or B, try to be a distraction where he can scout ahead, or he can do stuff like that. But what he did was, he scouted, but he scouted to effectively just troll them. If you're trolling in a game mode, like in a battle royale like that, it becomes an issue because people are extremely like Adderall, like the ADHD is like so finely tuned that they will go and kill you. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. But yeah, so that's how you have me here, where I am extremely like, I'm willing to, like, if I have to basically break your knees in order to drag you across that finish line, I will. Not because I care about you, it's because I need you to win with me. I cannot 1v9. I don't play 1v9 characters often enough. The times that I do play 1v9 characters, I stomp, extremely so. When I get complimented that, yeah, my Yorick is really strong in League, it's because I know how to exploit the average League of Legends player. Because all of the League of Legends players basically play the same. Either they're hyper aggressive, always wanting to fight, and don't know how to reset, or they're extremely passive to the point where I can just steamboat them and like just steamroll them, and I don't have any competition. And I know who taught me that. It was you, Carl.
Yes, I did.
But I'm gonna get called names for it, which I don't really care about, because people will always say, why are you playing like a pussy? Stop playing like a bitch. Stop playing like a bitch. It's like, the reason why I'm playing like a quote bitch is because of the fact that you all don't know how to engage me properly, will run straight ahead in front of me, and my immediate thought for that is, hey, I see you in front of me. Therefore, I'm going to back up, slam you into the wall, make sure that my minions will maul you to death, and then I will slam my shovel over your head because you deserve to get absolutely freaking smacked in the face for coming at me like that. It has been a time and a half, and it has been ridiculous to me constantly, every single fucking time, because people don't know how the fuck to behave, and like hell, Liam the other day said, like, I want to play normal League, but I want a 5-man for it. It's like, yeah, considering who you play with, which would be me, Dax, Chris, and like somebody else, because Ninja doesn't play it anymore, and when he does play, he wants to play Darius bot lane, and only Darius bot lane.
In this meta, where supports basically walk the map,
he wants to play it so he can be married to bot lane. Because I don't exactly remember if he plays it as a support or he wants to play as like the main damage carry. Doesn't really matter because he just said bot. I want to be bot lane Darius.
I feel if he wanted to just learn how to play the support role, he could just play support Camille and get twice as much effectiveness and just completely fuck somebody's condition. Because I've looked at exactly what the speed of play is. Because one of the many pro players I follow is, he was with FlyQuest, but then he said some shit on stage, and now he's with another team in the Tier 2 sport, in Esteban, in Brazil, Whippo. You can just fuck someone's condition all the way up. Because the standard of what people expect a game to be, if there's just a support in your top lane every 5 to 2 minutes, the game's unplayable. You can't play. Like, there's no counterplay. Like, you give me the game, or I'm gonna sit in your lane, and I'm gonna wait for you to walk forward, and you can't do anything about it. You can't stop me. And if you call for help, we're just gonna simply take your lane. Because if I can't fuck you, I'm gonna fuck your mid laner. And if I can't fuck your mid laner, I'm gonna fuck your bottom laner. And if I can't fuck your bottom laner, I'm gonna fuck your jungler. Like, the supports are everywhere. It's an actual problem. And I ain't talking about no basic fucking support games of normal casual. They're doing this in casual and ranked. I'm not talking about shit I saw on stage. It's disgusting. You know how long I watched a Poppy sit in top lane? 15 minutes. They weren't just sitting in one place. They were floating the entire time. I discussed an example of this last night because Avalon didn't understand how to read the map or how to understand the gameplay of Deadlocked, but he is an experienced player of Smite, and Deadlocked is Smite with guns. So the concept is still there. The muscle memory is still there. He just didn't understand the placidium of what's being said and what was being done. But once I walked him through it, he understood exactly what was happening. It's like, what's the most annoying support character you can think off the top of your head that's not Rakan?
Say again?
The most annoying support character you can think of off the top of your head that's not Rakan.
That's not Rakan?
That's not Rakan.
Lulu.
Mine's Blitzcrank. Can you imagine getting wombo comboed for 10 minutes straight because the Blitzcrank just is everywhere.
I was going to also say Thresh.
Thresh also works.
Because good Thresh players are very hard to come by. Like, good ones that will actually see a setup play, not just with their hook, but will see that if I hook to this minion and I pull myself to that minion and then E towards there, I can get a setup kill.
I would say a good support play is hard, period.
It's moments like that that can define whether somebody has the right kind of like IQ or battle IQ.
No, it's battle IQ. It's both.
Yeah, IQ and battle IQ to understand where they are and what they can use around them to absolutely fuck your day up.
Because it's one thing to see the play, it's another thing to understand the theory behind the play, but it's another thing to create the conditions to create the play, and to consistently execute the play flawlessly with no counterplay. All of that is a part. See, there are some people in the back that are like, Carl, what does this have to do with real play strategy? That's what Battle IQ is. Strategizing in real time. You have to pause the game to strategize! I already thought of 5 ways to kill you! Now I gotta get this bitch to get in position so it happens! I don't want to do that, I want to stand here. Oh, there goes the future! There is a word for how to think like this. I can't think of the word on the moment, so I'm gonna describe what I'm saying. Imagine 5 different timelines. All these timelines are killing the same player, but all of them involve 5 different people, including yourself. Every single time somebody tells you, I'm not going to do that, one of those timelines just died. I have to construct 5 different timelines of events where I get you to do what I'm telling you to do. First, I gotta get you to believe that the timeline exists. Then I have to get you to do what I asked you to do. Then I have to get you to be in position and to execute. Then I need you to then realize that the play is over. We're leaving now. It's like Hacksaw Ridge. But instead of me saying, Lord, let me save one more, it's like, Lord, let me fuck one more his ass up.
It gets even worse because, and that's because I also used to play real-time strategy games. I used to play Supreme Commander. That was my big thing. So I used to play RTS, like actual RTS strategy games where my API mattered, my decision making actually legitimately mattered. And I played those primarily because, well, my other friends were playing it, I might as well learn. And the majority of the time, they didn't want me to play with nukes because, oh, nukes they make the game less fun. It's like, nukes cause people to actively play. And it doesn't become a game of, we must bash our armies together so much before we basically play as if we have to erect the giant units. Because there was like monkey lords or the UFOs, things like that, where you would play in them, and it just ended up being a whole. It was a whole thing.
Uh-huh.
But point being, the reason why RTS matters, that the micro and macro play matters, is the same reason that you'll see Carl and I in Deadlock, and every single time that we see people mess up on their macro play, it's because they're not actually paying attention. They're just trying to play a farm game where the game requires you to both be a farm game, a pressure game, and a economics game all at the same time with a gun. And unfortunately, some people just see the farming game and then realize the gun has already been taken. They're going to take you out back and shoot you in the back of the head. that's the game that we often see most people play. And it infuriates us, and I know it infuriates us, and I say us because I know that Carl, if we go play Deadlock right now, if we do that, we will run into 4 other people who don't want to hear a single fucking word other than, yeah, we really tried and all that. And it's like, oh well. Instead of, hey, come help me, and we'll just hear, well, I gotta farm, and like, I'm way too behind, and I have to do this, I have to go that, I need souls. Why are you even talking to me? I'm like 10 and 4. Meanwhile, they're literally watching the walker break down as they're typing that.
10 and 4, but can't close the game out. Ask them at the end of the game, hey, 10 and 4, how'd that shit work out for us?
And then they don't respond with going like, whatever, man, you're behind so much, and it's like, we're behind primarily because of the fact that every single time that we asked for help, you said you had other things to do, and because you had other things to do, we couldn't make plays.
I think the version that I got the other day, because of course whenever they do this, and I tell them, go into my Discord chat room, go into my server, turn on your webcam, open up your camera face, and let's have this conversation that was so important that you couldn't do it the moment that I said it. You had to wait until the game was lost that you decided to cooperate. You are the reason why people don't play these video games. You're the reason why people are being held back. I can promise you I'm not the one holding them back. They're the holding themselves back. Ranked anxiety or not, no, they don't want to work with people. Then if I press you to make the decision, okay, you don't want to listen to me? Lead or follow. Pick one. Quickly. Hey, what happened? I thought you were very smart. Hey, buddy, what happened, buddy? Why can't we think, buddy? What, you need somebody to slow it down for you? I don't. Why do you? It becomes a game of who cares least. Man, it's just a video game. Oh, it was just a video game. Okay, quit right now. Stop playing. Take the restriction against your account and allow your account to get punished because it doesn't matter that much. They never do it. And there has yet been a person who has actually entered into my broadcast room and has done exactly what I said needed to happen. They act like they can't hear me. They act like they don't understand it. Like, what? I'm supposed to go into your Discord? Yes, I want you to go into your Discord. I want you to turn on your webcam. I want you to state your name to the camera. And I want you to keep the same energy that you just experienced in that game. I want you to maintain it. All of it. At the same time. They can't do it. Because there's lots of things to get frustrated over in a video game. It's allowed. You're allowed to be frustrated. You're allowed to be frustrated that people are asking for shit on the spot. You're allowed to be frustrated that things are happening. You're allowed to express your annoyance and your frustration. But you don't get to refuse communication with other people and then pretend that you did your best. That was not your letter grade S. That was not an S type performance. That was not a A+, A-, B-, C, D+ performance. You didn't even try. Fastest way to piss me off is to not even try and say, actually, you're the one making it difficult. If I could play your role, all 6 of you, at the same time, it would not be a team-based game. It'd be a single-player real-time strategy sim where I have to balance plates. I do that all day, every day. That's not a problem. I came here for competition. I need you to have a brain. If you need me to think for you, I can do that for you in real time. But I cannot play for you too. And at some point, I'm not going to have the answer for you. You're going to have information that you will have not communicated to me because you decided you were going to be nonverbal and be passive-aggressive while doing so. And at that point, you're going to have to freestyle. If you can't freestyle, and you need me to hold your hand the entire time, well, we're now worried about 2 different things now. Do that 5,000 times in a row, and you'll be surprised how much patience, how much pure patience is in play when you're talking about the kinds of behaviors that are considered normal for most video games in general. Now, I offer people money.
They'll treat that as like normal, and that should be there. Which, by the way, going back to the little snippet of that map, do you know why it's always a generally frowned upon thing in Deadlock to have multiple people in a fight to kill just one person? Not saving the fact of macro play. Economically, it is a detriment to have 4 people that close because of proximity, because it will split the soul amount to everybody in the vicinity, and the percentage that you get, the more people are there, is abysmal. So not only are the Calico that I see there, the Bebop, and the fucking Sinclair, the magician, that is 4 ways where the souls are split up, which if I kill soul split. If I look up the split becomes... Yes, the hero kill soul distribution for one player is 125%. Which is where it becomes shared to each player. It goes down. So it goes from 125% to 57% for 2 people. For 3, it's 28. For 4, it's 17%. For 5, it's 11. For 6, for everybody there, 8% share to each player. That is a horrendous drop. But you know, people will literally chunk themselves into a fight for no reason other than just to absorb the souls.
To translate for people who are playing the home game, what we're talking about is you do not need that many people there, because you're going to actually limitate how much value you've generated by doing the kill in the first place. If you have lots of people dying in a cross-team fight, you're looking at generation for an entire group of people. But, and this is against the logic of basic common sense, but this is the argument that many people like to use, when they play, quote, their game, they're only concerned about snowballing themselves, not snowballing the team as a group. There are items that are designed to solve this problem. One of them is Golden Goose Egg. There are active and there are passive versions. Golden Goose Egg is the solution for when you want to passively increase your gain, cash it out, and then set forget it. It costs 800 gold, 800 souls, 800 gold, and you just buy it, you sell it after 10 minutes, and you have accrued the value that it's supposed to be existed for. It is the Doran item of the coal of the game. Then there are ones such as Monster NPC, Monster Rounds. With a 2400 gold increase, you turn it into Cultist Sacrifice. It allows you to now get 50% more souls from killing minions with it. You always use it to consume the red minion, green, yellow, red minions in the jungle, and you turn what is basically 220 souls at the floating midpoint of the game after 15 minutes into basically near 500 souls in a single go, in trade for conditional strength, especially for weapon-based users. And then, my beloved, the Trophy Hunter. 16 stacks, 18 souls a minute, 0.8 reach, 0.3 movement speed. It's actually like 0.3 numbers of movement speed, but read it like 2% movement speed. Multiply 16 times 2, multiply 16 times 3, multiply 18 times 16. That's how much stats it provides for every single person you kill. One is designed for a hard farming jungler. Another one is designed for a lane opponent in a lane where they basically can't make any progress. Another one is designed for the support who's going to go around the map killing everybody so that they can afford to give the soul value to the person they're playing with so that person can hyperfarm to the next item /build /augment. In a game state where there are 4 people chasing one person, why does it take all 4 of you? If it takes only 2 people to kill them, why are the other 2 there? Moral support? Has to be. You don't need that many people. If you do, and they're that fed, well, then the soul difference is just, it's just basically a gimme split. If they're worth 5,000, and you're splitting that much between each other, well, okay, have at it. Have your 1,100 a pop each. And then you'll just have to give away the dividend to the rest of the, to the fucking gap. It's like the Angel's Cut. It evaporates into the ether. But unfortunately, it still doesn't bypass the fact that, okay, that's the soul split. Why are you giving away an entire walker, which is what? Not only the item slot, which is basically worth however much the item they're going to put in that slot is, but also the pressure of the lane that you gave away with the minions that are being lost to the farm?
3,500 is the soul value of a walker.
So you're giving away a 3,500 gold play for free between two people, and however many minions you have allowed to evaporate into the Devil's Cut for the enemy team. So you're talking about a 1,500 gold split into a 15k gold split. Oh, we killed this guy. The souls that we got between ourselves will now allow us to buy a fifth of a new item. By the way, we just gave them a new item slot. And halfway to the most expensive item tier in the game for them to now use to kill us on damage characters. Who are we killing? Is it one of their damage carries? If it's not, this play is automatically bad. Real-time strategy. Once we've done our part, let's go back and defend our walker. It's not good. It's not good thinking. Of course, the question is, well, Carl, they can always learn how to play better, right? Yeah, they can, if they're willing to learn. They're not willing to learn. They're never willing to learn.
Because learning requires people to be uncomfortable. And nowadays, people don't want to be uncomfortable. They feel as if, oh, I've been uncomfortable all my life. It's like, why? Why is that? Why do you feel that you have been uncomfortable all your life? Is it because of the fact that people have made your learning capabilities you feel as though it's a detriment to yourself? Because it's not. The reason why I put myself in uncomfortable positions, not uncomfortable position, I shouldn't say that, but I put myself in positions where I have to learn something, learn how people do this. It's the reason why I've been learning Lash Tech. It's the reason why I'm learning how Lash works, because I want to learn how to play him. It's not because, oh, I just saw it on a whim to learn it randomly. No, I'm learning this to actually understand how to play that character. If you do things for a reason, the reward versus how you felt being uncomfortable during that moment is in fact going to pay off. It's the reason why it's the reason why most people say natural talent doesn't matter in art. As long as you put in the work and learn, you can do whatever. That same rule applies for everything else. If you want to learn it, learn it. Nothing's really stopping you except for yourself. Granted, there are some positions where you would probably have to go to college for that, but that's semantics. My point being, if you're gonna do something, do it right. There's your inspo for the world, everybody. Enjoy.
For the amount of people who like to learn, claiming autodidactism, there are lots of people who constantly demonstrate an inability to freely think on their own, and they need somebody to tell them how to think and what to think about. Almost to the point of mere provocation. And I always wonder how those people get to that point. Because it doesn't happen in a vacuum. For people playing the home game, autodidactism means self-learned.
The reason why most people's learning, learning kind of I guess the learning mindset gets very chastised is due to the fact that a lot of the time people associate their school life with trauma. And therefore, they kind of get a very Luddite approach to life. If you know what I'm going on about.
I mean, they hate learning because people made learning boring. I would blame your educator for making learning boring, but I'd also blame them for being a bad student because they probably weren't paying attention either.
Yeah. It's the same reason why it's the same reason why when they said, like, oh, I wish I learned how to do my taxes in school, it's like, did you know that if you actually look at your W-2, it tells you what you need to grab, but you're not looking at it. If you literally just read what it says, unironically, this is the most memed phrase in Magic the Gathering circles. Reading the card explains the card. If you read what the card actually says, it will do the most literal effect possible. So when people go to learn, unfortunately, yes, there are profoundly bad educators. There's literally go to ratemyprofessor.com. There's a reason why a lot of educators want that website down, because it actually tells the truth of how people behave. There are some professors that are so bad and so profoundly annoying that not a whole lot of people like going to them. And then there are some that are like heavenly and will actually help, and they get good ratings on that website. Point being, people don't want to learn right now because it makes them feel very uncomfortable, and that uncomfortability they do not want whatsoever.
It's isolating. Getting exposed and exploited on the moment fucking sucks. Getting exploited fucking sucks. It's supposed to fucking suck. But when I say the word exploited, what I'm talking about is I'm playing against you in a pickup game. I'm going to use pickup game as the easiest way. We're playing a pickup game of basketball. And it makes you feel bad that when I play against you, you can't handle the fact that even though I'm an old man, I'm basically literally a fucking dad bod, somehow my lanky ass black bones can still skip-a-bop-bop without having to have a controller in my hand. And it's like, damn, I didn't know Carl had handles. Shit, this shit feels really hard. And I'm like, what's wrong with young blood? You can't keep up with me? It's like, shut up, old man. I'm not spry like you. But that's physical, right? Take that in the world of the digital. The only thing that's holding you back is the dexterity of your hands and your brain. To get exposed by someone in a video game, the most natural response is, well, it doesn't really matter. You can't do this IRL. Not only can I bet you that I can, and so can the other people, especially these young kids, these fucking Fortnite Adderall generation kids. If they were around back during the day of fucking build players in Fortnite, I'm never playing the game. Build players in Fortnite. If these children have fucking Adderall brains and they can cook grown men that are spending all day, all night playing the game actively, what the fuck do you think they would have done to microphone trolls like Minnesota Burnsy? You think that Burnsy, and the rest of the fucking people who played that game would have fucking pretended that they weren't getting cooked by literal fucking kids when they built their platform on microphone trolling kids? I'll use an even better example. Nick Merckx. Do you think Nick Merckx, when he was doing this whole I don't want to be nice shit in Arc Raiders, when he was trying to troll people inside of single player, and then people started recognizing him, and in recognizing him, they said, nah, he's faking. He's gonna try to fuck me in the ass when I look away. You think when he was doing that shit and then people turned their guns on him? Because it's like, yeah, you're just lying to me for exposure. Do you think that when he smiled and grinned, like, I can't believe they figured me out, you think that he was, like, upset that he got cooked? No, he was happy. Because he still made content. Either way. At the end of the day, he still got what he wanted. Which basically was social interaction. Social interaction on his terms, not the terms of the game, but social interaction on his terms. Those people who don't want to get exposed are the equivalent of somebody who knows that they are emotionally lacking the fortitude, and that when they get their ankles cracked open, they don't want to hear the shit talking that comes behind it. That's why I say it's a refusal to communicate. Because turning your microphone off and not wanting to use your microphone is a denial of communication. Oh, no. I'm not refusing to work with this player. I'm just not going to listen to his voice. And when he types, I'm not going to acknowledge what he says with a statement. I'm going to take the information in, and then I'm going to mentally project a simulacrum of what he's thinking, and I'll play that way. No. The opposite is happening. It's a refusal to communicate. They don't want to look at you. They don't want to hear you. They don't want to think about you. They don't even want to assume that there's another human being in the room. Because they will withhold that level of interaction, because anything more or less than that is basically giving you satisfaction. Now, it doesn't satisfy me for shit. I still get what I want at the end of the day, which is to win the game. But for some people, the argument is we want to do it in a way where the person feels like they are on our side, not against our side. The problem still remains at the end of the day, you have to learn how to play the game with a team. If you won't work with me, I have to find ways to make you work with me. Does it suck? Yep, absolutely it does. But this is the situation they put us in. I wish you could hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but unfortunately that's not the kind of people who play the games, and most people choose to play them to actually let loose the steam in the first place. To assume that a person plays a video game and must be toxic because they're doing things in a way that you wouldn't necessarily do yourself is putting a lot of heavy lifting on the intention. And I am not a mind reader. So how the fuck can you read minds when I can't? Type shit. Just putting it out there in the most simplest way I can. But it behooves the conversation of, yeah, you can put in a lot of conversation about this. Because it's that serious. Should it be that serious? Yes. As long as people choose to play for money, absolutely. Will you have to play that serious? Well, that's up to you. But me? Yes, I will, absolutely. And so will Marcus. And so will Dax. And so will other people. Because that's what playing the game for fun feels like. Fun does not get controlled by people who've decided to turn holding hands and singing Kumbaya into what fun is. Because that's not fun. It's a type of fun. But is it really? Probably not. Scrolling back up a little bit. Carl. No idea what you're talking about. Games industry is doing better than ever. Yes, it's sarcasm. Hate the German man's voice. His voice angers me. I would have gotten my ass beat if I left them open when I was a kid. Even if I left them open in some places like Back Bay. Yeah. Generally, the point is of what provoked this conversation here. You can blame me. I rage baited him a little bit. We went to a very weird semiotic wormhole, but that's the point of these discussions. That's the point of the presentation. I'm telling you the actual truth. But Carl, how did that get provoked out of RTS without macro? You can't have real-time strategy without micro play, macro play, micro play, game sense, game skill, game knowledge, hand dexterity, hand-eye coordination, memorization, and prediction. They're all a part of the same frame of reference. That's why roguelike and roguelite get too abused. And that's why we've seen nothing but roguelites throughout most of the SGF content. Retro, roguelite, pieces and parts of Hades-like content. Pause menus. You cannot have real-time strategy without the entire frame. You can't take away pieces and parts, because then it's not real-time strategy. Real-time strategy requires you to be able to think on your feet and think on the fly. The only time you're allowed to pause is in single player. If you're just playing it for cozy games, then okay, by all means, have the RTS without the micro. At that point, it's a nitpick. Abrasively so. But you cannot make everybody think that they can just skip the steps. You can't. You can't skip the steps. You need them. That's how you build skill. Getting back to it. I'll say it a different way. Why not have a choice? I feel like a dick as I say this. Why not have a choice where I can choose to use real-time strategy, and if I don't want it, then I can turn it off and choose to play at my pace. Ta-da! Now everybody wins. That's how it works, right? Difficulty as design. It might be good. I'll wishlist it. A mining deck builder is crazy. Beards! We know what you want to really call it. It's the Brock Galactic by another name. They'll make a roguelike out of anything, I swear to fucking Christ. But it's got a demo. Case point and example, Chessful, a roguelike chess game. I've seen blackjack, I've seen 5-card poker, I've seen pachinko, both in video game format with Ball and Air, and in true pachinko format with Peglin. I've seen roulette with Bingle Bingle. I've seen the blackjack one that I'm forgetting the name of. I've seen pinball, and it was dog shit. We had that conversation yesterday. And now I've seen chess. Actually, no, I lied. They already did chess. It was called Shotgun King, the final gambit. Oh, they made another one. New mining crafter. Drillscape. Not to be confused with Dome Keeper, which is the same concept, but you're defending a dome on a planet while excavating. Or Wall World. I'm actually impressed with Doshin Indie. They're actually keeping this shit super fucking tight. If it wasn't for our fucking collective yapping, we would be definitely already out of here. I have to give them credit in that regard. Summer Games Fest almost always is a fucking slog to get through, but they have somehow improved over time in manifesting ways. So it's just like the fucking LCS product. The North American one sucks, and everybody else internationally is better. Deadly Days Road Trip. 1 part inventory management, 1 part Survivor. Frontline Protocol. Another option.
We've already seen a ton of games so far. In case you missed anything, just check out our Steam page or the homepage. For the finale, we are completely shifting the mood. Get ready for thrills, suspense, and above all else, a truly spooky atmosphere.
Didn't hope Void. I was getting attacked by a Goblin Man, so I didn't get a chance to see who was in that montage. Incredibug. Cyber Him evolving card game, Beyond Worlds GMB. Gabby's Odyssey. It's like Zelda. Solanox Grimoire of Seasons. Mothkey. Little Retreat. Slay Goblins. Profit margin. I see the pun. Profit margin. There's a similar game. It's called, what was it called? It's not Worship. I'm trying to recall what it's called. But effectively, there is a game where you build a cult from scratch. All the cult members, and you recruit them over time, following a philosophy. This game is combining that concept with actual crafting and economy building. So more than likely, not only you have to build a cult, you have to build a cult that is able to survive despite intrigue and interest from other sides. Which sounds cool. Squid Hut 1923. Blood Spill, Blood Spill. Is that the one where you have to basically keep moving? No, it doesn't look like it.
We've already seen a ton of games so far. In case you missed anything, just check out our Steam page or the homepage. For the finale, we are completely shifting the mood. Get ready for thrills, suspense, and above all else, a truly spooky atmosphere.
Mine. You're kind of just not helpful, my friend. The host has closed the connection. Cosmo Grill. Almost fucking done, Jesus Christ. It's still going by so goddamn fast. It's not quite Cult of the Lamb, no. Let me look. Because I'm not thinking of Cult of the Lamb, because it's not like Cult of the Lamb. In the sense that you're not going into dungeons and you're, fighting to recruit people, no. It's called something else. I've played it so fucking much, and I played it with Jay. Why can't I remember it right now? I shouldn't be freezing up like this in a moment. Yay! Yay! I know it's on my favorites list. It shouldn't be installed already. Did it start with a B? Did it start with an L? I remember the icon. It's escaping me right now. I'm gonna circle back on it.
dark, through the pain. And there will be pain. There always is. But your thoughts will be free. We heard you. And we can set you free.
Thank you to every single one of you for sticking with us until the very end. We hope you enjoyed the showcase. If anything caught your eye...
Well, thank you for being inspirational and giving us things to talk about, Dishlane Indie.
Make sure to add it to your wishlist and tell your friends about it.
Godhood! That's what it's called. Godhood. Create your religion, create your disciples, and guide them to bring you to glory, inspire growth in your disciples so they may challenge the false gods and convert the followers, defeat your rivals, and then become the one true truth. Yes. It was such escaping my mind. It is basically a strategy sim god game where, like the Cult of the Lamb and Honey, I Started a Cult, you train your units to learn how to convert better, learn how to fight better, and learn how to create the pathway to lead you to your religion becoming the only religion around. There you go.
That's what helps the studios the most. The entire team at 1UP wants to say thank you for all the amazing submissions and to the developers for having the courage to showcase their passion projects here. And make sure to mark your calendars. We'll be back with our next edition this December. The next application phase is starting soon. You can find all the details and sign up for the email reminder at indiegames.show. Thank you so much for watching. Stay playful and auf Wiedersehen.
One, the company never lies. 2, never allow negative emotions. 3,
following procedure impressively.
Well, that's ominous. Chromatide. Chromatide, 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 chromatide. Carl can spell. No, he can't. Where'd that I come from? In a first-person surreal adventure game set inside a vast underwater station, the experiments of the OCC Tech Corporation have easily torn apart reality. Descend into the depths of Fractal, wield paranormal powers, face abnormal creatures, and survive the chromatic tide. From Level Blue Games, to be announced later on from the Doucheland Indie Showcase. Adventure, underwater, walking simulator, exploration. It's their first game release. Somebody might love it. Marcus isn't here right now, so he can't talk back about what I was going to talk about after he was done talking. But pretty much, there's an entire conversation there. It requires us to decide how we want to go about it. And I set you free. And now, the last one. At least for today. One hour, 41 minutes, 54 seconds. Alright, now don't fucking put that fucking loud ass shit in my ear, sir.
Thank you for the incredible 25 years, blah, 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 blah.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let him surround you.
There should be more guns in the truck.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower here.
Right. Yeah.
Call of Duty Zombies?
Okay.
No.
Shoot.
Can't be.
Watch for civilians.
Gears of War.
Get inside now. Ground's opening.
It's definitely a choice to open up the game show with a fucking walking sim of a video game in the form of Gears of War, but that's a choice. They did it. They did it right in front of us, right here, just now. You saw it, I saw it.
You see that? There's something big! Like huge traffic coming up in the street! Just the adrenaline's in. We need to keep moving. Through the underpass.
Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the fire safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear us? Target surface. Open fire.
These are goddamn breach points!
Reload it. Cover me. All right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow!
Bugger! Come on, then!
Nice shot. Where the hell did you lot come from?
You heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More trappers, watch it!
Right on schedule. You guys here?
Yeah, who are you? Where's your squad?
Hey game, I think you need to turn the volume up a little bit more on the action scene. I can barely hear the actor talking.
These things be coming in waves?
Reload it.
Anyone see him?
Fuck that truck!
There's no exit screen!
Take him off.
On your right, cover! I got it!
Jammed. Damn it. Tom.
words converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
And don't forget, people, let us not forget the time-honored tradition. Don't forget to get it on day one with Extreme Unlimited Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass. You eat shit out their ass. Can't believe you gotta pay $300 for that cash just to get that day one battle pass.
Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some of the greatest games of all.
Oh, this right here. There are so many comments that can be made about Asha Shawarma. There are so many comments that should be made, that can be made, that will be made. You have done the impossible, Asha. You did something that we all knew you were going to do, and you still found a way for us to piss and shit on it. Uniquely, in our own unique ways. And it feels like the very first time. It feels like the first time. It feels like the first time of being mad, of being angry. And you just found a way to just bring it out in all of us. How did you do that? How did you do that, Asha? I didn't think I could bring out hatred the way that you brought it out in people, but holy shit. Not only do you fuck up Xbox, not only do you fuck up the product, not only do you make dumb, bony-headed decisions that are competing with, but not fully on the retardation level of Sony and the rest of their products, but you somehow decide, you know what we're going to do next? H-1B visas. Yes, sir. H-1B visas. I want to piss off as many people as possible by doing H-1B visas. Because that's clearly what people asked for, right? They were asking for that. They needed it. They wanted it. So you did it. So you did it. And you did it. And you did it against everybody's will. And everybody fucking hated it. Oh boy. Zooey mama. Just, Bobby Kotick would love to have children with you. That's all I'm saying. God damn. Skullduggery I haven't seen in a while.
All time. Games that changed what was possible. Games that brought players together, and games that define generations.
Games that they're going to get constant remakes of that don't give them what the fuck they asked for, and you insist on saying play just like the same thing.
Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive.
Xbox console exclusive! Even more reason to not buy the console. Because guess what? If it's going to be exclusive to the console, it means I don't need to play it that bad. Because if you wanted me to play it that bad, you'd put it on PC. Don't act like y'all motherfuckers are not competing with the Steam machine. Don't insult my intelligence. Don't insult our collective intelligence.
The core of Xbox is great games, and that's what today is all about. We're going to show you more than 25...
The core of Xbox is being able to get online as you charge people for the fucking gameplay that they should already have access to for the goddamn license you forced them to pay to play the games online on the console they already paid close to $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800, $900, $1000, $700 for, and you pretend that shit is anything close to viable. Girl, play with your coochie, don't play with me. Play with your coochie, don't play with me. My money ain't long like that. My money is not Leah Long.
Titles from creators around the world, followed by our Gears Direct. Enjoy the show.
Shitbox Studio presents.
Do I remember the moment my powers came in? Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure, whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until I lost her grip. But she said, wait. Does stick in the memory bit, yeah. I know why you're here. You want to talk about them. They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what a guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. Don't waste time with trivialities.
You're back and dressed like a sweat. More important things to worry about than vegetables.
A hero.
Fable.
Don't waste time with trivialities.
You're back and dressed like a sweat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Fable. I'm pretty sure that's Fable. Especially the talking wall, that's a dead giveaway. I'll be impressed if it's not.
More important things to worry about than vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
I was just
sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse. Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And that hero is me.
Not that hard to read. So, what we've decided to do, I guess, is that we no longer do millennial rewriting. Now, we actually decided to write what could be a half-decent passable reboot of Fable. But we decided to say that we are all going to be against Haley Atkinskin, as she then plays a villain. No. 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 Because first off, you could not pull me out. Secondly, in what world would anybody be against the philosophy that would go along with Fable? Because curse words and millennial Zoomer revisionism and contrarianism, that is not Fable. Fable is, I designed a fucking mongoloid of a creature, and I'm gonna comedically and or heroically save and or doom everybody in the town that I control. And I'm gonna control them with rent gap prices. Which, we do get to have that. You do get indeed to destroy people's lives and make them into quirk chungus. It's finally, boys, finally we get to do the same thing the girls do. But what did you have to give away in order to get that? Is it worth it? Probably not. February 23rd, 2027. All platforms. Xbox Game Pass. Eating shit out their ass. Nigga couldn't be me. won't see me pay for that Xbox Game Pass. More importantly, who told y'all motherfuckers that text looks so good? Stop using it. That shit looks like green alien puke.
You've heard the story. Halo, the Chief, stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one, you haven't heard. I've started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone notices. Well, guess what? They noticed. Now you ready to get to it? You serve long enough, you learn to read the battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock. The thing with simple jobs is, they always get complicated. Plans change. Odds get worse. My advice, bring a Spartan. Chief, you ever get tired of being a strong, almost silent type?
No. Xbox Game Pass. Pay $30 for a service that plays like ass. Nigga couldn't beat me, won't see me pay for that Xbox Game Pass.
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand. More than you can handle.
I've proven myself.
Have you really?
A sword keeps you alive. A dagger wins the fight. Look at this place. It's mad.
The final confrontation is about to begin!
Where are the others? This was dead, honey. They're all dead. Move! But you couldn't have said, hey, Lenny, you know those ancient death curse rumors? Well, maybe they're true. Sit in.
Another Plague Tale game. Xbox Game Pass. Eating shit out in ass. Niggas wouldn't be me. Can't see me pay for that Xbox Game Pass. Not basic, not advanced. Ultimate, half the value of a fucking landmass. Couldn't believe it, wouldn't see it, but they fucking did it. Took it from it, now I can't have it. Gotta buy it, day one they think. Nigga, I do not think you know what I want to be. Means not with that Xbox Game Pass.
You ever heard of the Midnight Channel?
Persona 4 Remake.
Domino might have been on that Midnight Channel before she died too.
Now where are we?
Oh.
Feels like we're someplace totally different. Look out!
Now then, whatever's going on here, we're getting to the bottom of it.
To wield a persona is to wield direct control of one's heart, and the heart is strengthened through bonds.
Doesn't it sound cool?
Someone had to see that. I'm glad it was you.
Was that supposed to be him?
Good times never seem to last long, do they?
I hate you, sneaky, stupid bully jerk! I can't wait!
So, shall we?
Really? So neat!
Come on, don't call me that. All shadows were originally born from humans. Well, then that means Senpai got killed by her other self.
No! Get out of here! Don't look at me! Does that mean you're just gonna stuff me back in your head and pretend I'm not Rhea? I can't! I can't! Persona!
All right, which means that we also gotta catch whoever's tossing people in here.
I think I'd like to help too. I'm not running away from this. Oh, but I have no problem taking down shadows. It's over!
So yeah, I'll be counting on you, partner. And let's team up and catch this jerk.
Ascend it! Here! Go! Persona!
Also coming next year. And of course, you can get that shit day one with that Xbox Game Pass. But now let's actually talk about what's coming in that revival. Number one, they're going to change things. And they're changing things, some, for actual contextual plot content. But they're also changing it because they think that they're more clever than you, and they're stealing shit from you. Should you just instead buy the complete Golden Edition and just skip buying the revival? Well, ask yourself this question. Did you know about Persona before Persona 3 Reload or after Persona 3 Reload? If you, Zoomer hipster millennial who wants to fake being in the know, cared about Persona only after you were told that they were going to bring the game scheme of Persona 5 into Persona 3, and then played Persona 3 Reload after the release of Vice, and you care more about watching it and playing it like it is a TV show, and by that I mean an anime. Waifuification. They already have an anime version, so the people who are going to be playing the game by watching by proxy, we're not talking to them. We're talking to the people who say specifically that they have to play it. They have to play it in this format. That's the thing they gotta do. They have to get it this way and no other way. Those of you that want it that way, what is actually getting you to play it? The fact that it has new additional content? The fact that it's going to have remastered content? Or that they're going to change things, and therefore changing it for the better is better for you, the incoming weeaboo? If it's any of the answers other than the answer that it should be, you don't really want to play Persona 4. You just want to own this version of the game, so you can say that you have it. And play this version of the game, so you can say that you experienced it. Because you know there's going to be a conversation. There will be a conversation. It is going to be deeply energetic. People are going to get mad about it. It's going to be a thing. It will be a thing.
friends and I used to argue about what ended the world. A weapon. A virus. Something worse. Started in quiet towns. Empty roads. Places the world forgot. Survivors found each other, built walls, pushed back against the night. We'll always have each other's back. Because the world has become more dangerous than ever. The dead aren't just wandering anymore. They hunt. In the end, it doesn't matter what you believe. Matters is that when the dead come through the dark, so do we.
State of Decay 3. Coming 2027. And you can get it with an Xbox Game Pass. Playing day one in what should probably be a single-player game. Like it matters for the bass. Nigga couldn't beat me. Won't pay these prices because it's inflation, don't you see me? It has no value to me. That Xbox Game Pass.
On the Sea of Thieves, there have been plenty of grand adventures. But what if you could make your own Sea of Thieves experience? With our new free update, Custom Seas, you can. Let me explain. You can create new ways to play, like Rowboat Royale, where small but bloodthirsty crew.
We've run out of so many ways in which people can get griefed on the high seas that to solve the problem of streamers getting shit on by a person who exposes and exploits the people, and when I exploit, I mean exposes and forms content of people actively hacking in the game, we are now going to create custom worlds because it's gotten that bad. I watch those streams from time to time. This shit's hilarious. But it's cutting into their bottom margins. So now they have to do something about it. And here we are. Fortnitification! Fortnitification! Fortnitification!
Bruce, you get out in a furious battle to the death. Just remember to watch out for explosive barrels. Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Or skeleton snipe hunt, where the sharpest shooter with the highest score wins. Or maybe you just want to spawn this, and these, and one of those, and absolutely loads of these, and, well, you get the idea. You could create a cinematic masterpiece. With enhanced camera tools, you could show romance, action, or tragedy. Or maybe just show the world from a whole new perspective. Or you could even just create a place to hang. Literally, if you want. Or you could come together for a party. Or maybe you want somewhere you can just kick back and relax. Whatever your piratical pursuits may be, we're giving you your own keys to the seas. There's a whole new world of possibility ready to explore. So dive in and unleash your creativity. The tools are now in your hands. What you do with them is up to you. Just try not to wreck the place.
Now see, this one is funny. It's a game that they pay for a copy of that is already in existence. How would they be paying to play an already pre-existing game day one on Battle Pass? The entire point is it's a free update. So what are they playing day one for? If they already don't own it, then they'd be buying a new copy. Because there are Sea of Thieves 2025 editions that includes all the content that has already been purchased that would require you to get DLC. On a free update, why would they be playing it day one on Game Pass? Unless, of course, you see, the reality is, I'm gonna look y'all in my eyes when I do it. They're trying to inflate the numbers because it's a live service game. So, if you don't already own a copy, they want you to play the game through Game Pass so they can inflate the numbers for the sales records when they present them at shareholder meetings. Remember that free-to-play weekend for Marathon, and now it's sitting on less than 500 players active? Let's check those numbers real quick, by the way. Screen. This one. Marathon. It's an up weekend. Or rather an up day. It's 7/16 on a Monday. So there's actually players right now. The number is not better though. The lowest they went was 526. on Tuesday, August 4th at 16 UDC. They're now hovering with 4-figure numbers. Remember when this game mattered? Remember that blip? This blip was Major Update Season 2. This blip was the free weekend. And for comparison's sake, Sea of Thieves 2026 edition. Tracked by years, because there's several years of content. So this is season 12, basically. So, on a big enough time scale, on a big enough timeline, as you can clearly see, this is a scale that trends downwards. This is Steam release. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. New update, QO and I, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. A peek around Wild Seas update. So this is 15, 16. Major update, August 2025 edition. 18, 19, 20. They are here on that time scale. That number is abysmal! So, alas. Fortnite Battle Pass has more value than this bullshit you pulled out your ass. Nigga, you can beat me. You won't see me pay for that Xbox Game Pass. I'd rather play no build with my friends and get shot in my ass. Cause they gon' plug me, they gon' fuck me, deep in my shit cause they know they don't love me. But I'd be more happy over there because we will not be buying that Xbox Game Pass. Especially not to pad your fucking numbers. What the fuck will you look like? And you know what the fun part is? You know what the great part is? You don't get to monetize the ball and gun gamers. They don't like playing survival craft. Technically, it's not even survival craft. It's just exploration and PvP. But they don't know how to do builds. So, ball and gun gamers ain't gonna like that shit. Let the game die. It's had its time. Let the game die. Knowing them, this might actually be its funeral. Let it die.
There is a liar in these tunnels. They call him Führer. But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter. As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something. But where are the Spartans now? To protect the metro. From you. You promised a brighter future for our people. Now, the Norai spreads tyranny in your name. You swore to crush the enemy, to face them head on, and guide the metro to the light. But darkness consumes you. Spreads like a plague. Eats you from within. Every step and every move drowns you deeper in lies. Your lies, and now, Hunter, that legendary Spartan is gone. Turned to ash. I won't stop. until the Führer burns with him.
Coming February 2027. And you can play it. Oh! This is one game that you can't play day one with Game Pass? Oh, wow. You must be staking your future on this one in the share call. What a decision. This would be a game you should be putting on Game Pass. But no. This is the one we won't put on there. Why? I can't fucking tell you. Doesn't make logical sense. Bad backply. A fucking throwaway video game. And still, we're gonna play it on this dog shit ass Xbox Game Pass. Fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous.
World premiere.
Countless wars have been waged throughout history in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. A champion rises, destined to quell the chaos of this senseless cycle. Awaken, Phoenix.
Wolong 2, Wings of Ember.
So, it was you who set the Red Cliffs ablaze.
Early 2027, which likely means it seems to all be Q1. And so many of these titles are basically going to be thrown onto fucking Game Pass as a way for them to skip having to actually put in the effort and work. Don't you believe it? They want you to give them free money. Don't you believe it? You are better than this, and you better not let yourself be whores.
You're ready for the challenge and the reward of opening your very own cult.
Nothing can beat us, nothing can break us, nothing can shock us, nothing can shake us.
You'll be going to beautiful Bedford County, USA, teaming with locals waiting to join our family.
You scare me, you'll scare me.
You better reevaluate your life choices.
You piss off a random person on the street, you want a trophy?
Even if they don't know it yet. Build a cult, and I will shield you from the apocalypse. Join us. Here we go.
Looking for the owner of a severed human head. Common collectible, it will be given away on a first-come, first-served basis.
World premiere.
You buried your wound. Left your people behind. Believing time would see them heal. But what is left in the dark sickens. And some binds cannot be broken.
fuck is this music in the background?
Accept what waits for you.
Oh, another commercial for Fallout 76. This should be good. What y'all motherfuckers got this time? You got Fallout Season 1. You had Fallout Season 2. You're gonna fuck up New Vegas with Fallout Season 3. Come on. What you got? What you got? What you got?
Welcome to the surface, a sprawling paradise. Meet the locals, learn to fish. Doesn't that sound nice? What a hoot! You found loot. This is no time to hoard. Share your stroke of luck with your pals. All aboard. Build your camp as a team. Hey, life's pretty swell, but in this Appalachian wonderland, all is not well. Gadzooks! It's worse than expected. Enemies are waiting in places undetected. So suit up, son, and defend our great nation. And gather all your friends when you fight this infestation. That's the play, Daddy-O. We'll tackle them all. Rebuilding our bright future from the ashes, rising tall. When you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for kicks, answer the call of Vault. Answer the call of Vault. Answer the call of Vault 76. Oh, dear.
Starting today, free daily rewards from June 7th to June 16th. And it's got an asterisk on the side, so let me just go ahead and pull this in and then open this up bigger. And promotion begins on 6/8 and ends on 6/15. To redeem the Fallout First trial, you must own and have access to Fallout 76 and to create or log into your Bethesda.net account, void where prohibited. Mind you, the Fallout First is the power user program. You don't have to have Fallout First in order to play 76. The copy of the game is separate from the pay service. Infestations. Multi-platform. I believe the last thing that they had to update it with was you could become a ghoul. Let me guess. Day 1 on Game Pass! Predictions. 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 They're not really predictions. Predictions. Here's my problem. If it's already hard enough to get people to consider playing a cultivation game, all SMPs are cultivation games. That's what I'm putting them under the banner of. Fallout 4, Fallout 3 are not really cultivation games. They're really a CRPG, but the CRPG is in the format of a video game that effectively rewards you for being lazy. Take that in whatever way you wish to. But you want them to play a cultivation game where they are building bases, and they are raiding, and they are hunting, and they are skilling, and it's already hard enough to get people to consider trying a cultivation game when they are already having difficulty with the setup and with the system of how to get involved into it. For what this is worth, this is not making it better, this is making it harder. Not better, harder. Is it the end of the days because you choose to play it a particular way or do it a particular way? Not really. You don't make it necessarily seem appetizing and appealing. Because if they're already going to struggle to play Don't Starve elsewhere and Don't Starve together, because you're going to be competing on that on the platform, and they're already struggling to play any other cultivation game as well, then when are they going to find the time to play Fallout 76? What will bring them to play Fallout 76? What particular must-see, must-play content is going to get them to play it, compared to any other thing that is a cultivation game that they can play for cheaper than $20 and or free? Looking at you, Eternal Return. Looking at you, insert video game here. And most especially, looking at you, Once Human. What's going to get them to play your cultivation game over any other cultivation game they could be playing? These are the questions that need answers. If you can't answer that question, then you don't have an answer. Meanwhile, my chat's having a conversation about Wusha.
Our flock has been led astray by your acts of defiance. Argent and March.
The DLC for Revelations.
In the wake of your actions, they follow you now.
The Council has chosen. Beneath this chamber will be your tomb. This place is your pain given shape. It holds many secrets. Only a cleansed soul may leave. I am not your enemy. I am your way now.
With the Slayer gone, have you not found peace? The demons, they have retreated. Their war is with him.
The Slayer is alive, and we're going to fight him.
Another game upon which you basically can't play day one in Game Pass, mainly because the game is already released, and what they're releasing is a DLC announcement. Which is not smart, because you guys sold people copies of the game, promising them the DLC in advance. And I'm sure they got it. I was not one of those people. I did not pay for it in advance. Fuck you. But, unlike Doom Eternal, the Ancient Gods, Part 1, Part 2, can you not sell things in pieces and parts and actually establish their value before you try to sell people on that concept in the future? Nah, you're just going to digitize it the entire way through? No lessons going to be learned? You're just going to try to fleece people for their money? Okay. Just checking. Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud about how y'all gonna fleece them bad. Ooh. Crazy Taxi? Well deserved. Everybody's gonna love it. It should sell for $70 billion. And you better buy it, you better buy it, you better buy it, you better buy it. If you have the capacity to play it and you're halfway interested in it, buy it. Not to support Xbox, to support the Crazy Taxi franchise. Ooh, we're using the old commercial. I wonder what we're doing. Hello, fellow gamers. Do you like the past and the future that we have long since abandoned from? Please, forget about the fact that you have decided that you will hate us with burning passion. Please, buy this premium edition console. Look, we've traced it and made it just like the old Wildcast controllers you guys used to play on. Please, pretty please, can we have your money? Please give us your money. It even has a disc drive. Guys, money, come on. Pay money!
In the frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary. Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proven ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Age of Empires 4, Raiders of the North expansion. And let me guess, it's one of the not Minecraft editions of Minecraft. Minecraft Dungeons 2? Hard read. And of course, don't spend your money on it, please. Buy it and use it on Game Pass alone. Bump up the sales numbers for this lobby. Here's the thing that I find funny about this. Ever since Notch has no longer been with Mojang, and Mojang has basically become the vassal state that produces Minecraft content. And Minecraft is a game that, while playable for multiple people, is not played amongst the gamers in any serious capacity. It has basically become a game that is synonymous with transgenders. Is that a bad thing? No. But here's what I find interesting. What was the last updates that have been made inside the game? What were the things that they added since he's been gone? Furniture? Color palettes? Maybe 2, 3, 4 zones? Biomes in general? And there are people who would rather play older editions of the game. And they don't play on the Realm servers. Because, even on a Realm server that you own, they punish you for that behavior. So, What's the point of modern Minecraft? Until I was able to finally find the offline adapter that doesn't link into the Microsoft Store so that I can actually use the Bedrock Edition, all of the versions of the games that the people who are playing Minecraft on effectively are not the modern versions. What is the purpose of Minecraft as a franchise right now? And you cannot blame the Minecraft movie. Lava Chicken has nothing to do with this, and neither does Chicken Jockey.
World premiere. Ladies and gentlemen, admirers of the mysteries of magic, take your seats before the lights go down and the curtain.
This is the Magician's game, I believe. Where basically you become a magician and you have to, like, fight for your soul or some shit.
Rises, for our next act is about to begin. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness feats both mystifying and illuminating? Watch closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Venturo, stage magician extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks, it cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered a new deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if he can. That's your cue. Run. Deal's a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
To lay it out basically, the people down at the Good Fine Studio, that is Uppercut and Focus Entertainment, playing anywhere on Xbox Game Pass, and it will be on Xbox Game Pass. This is one of the many projected games of the year, and I'm going to tell you why. Magicians, the Devil's Deal, Magicians, the Devil's Deal, somehow has the soul of Thief. Yes, that's right, you heard me. The soul of Thief. Thief. The real Thief. Thief the Dark Project. Thief the Middle Age. Thief Deadly Shadows. Thief Gold. Somehow, Thief, through whatever Arcadian Neil was struck by the Goblin Bobby Kotick, he took from Looking Glass Studios and from Underworld Ascendant, he took it out of their body, threw it in this company, and rolled it all up, thematically, narratively, into this video game. Every single step of the way. He took a little bit from Arcane, he took a little bit from 343, he took a little bit from the Escapees from Raven, he took a little bit from every single person who's been working on any first-person title in the last 4 years for Xbox Studios specifically. He took them all, and just boom, in the game. It's locked in there. Just play it. Buy it. You won't be disappointed. You'll be able to do shit that people have been wanting to do since immersive sims forever. And you don't have to buy a VR headset to do it. Zag it! Buy it now. Buy 2 copies. One for you, one for your friend. I'm gonna let it play again, just in case you think I'm bullshitting.
Each magician. Your seats before the lights go down and the curtain rises, for our next act is about to begin. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness feats both mystifying and illuminating? Watch closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Venturo, stage magician extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks, it cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered a new deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if you can. That's your cue. Run. A deal's a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
You get to do actual magic. Now, it's magic that's based on prestidigitation show magicians, but you get to do actual magic. You want to wrap a bitch in chains? You can do that shit. You want to be able to stop them from attacking you? You can do that shit. You think of it, you could probably get away with it and do it. And more. It don't take much. It don't take much.
What would you give for victory? Your life? The lives of your sons? The line between victory and defeat is thin. What if you had within you power, terrible and divine, to destroy your enemies, break their will? Would you have the strength, the resolve to wield it? If destiny was there, within reach, could you sacrifice everything? For your country. For your empire. For your emperor.
This is Valamortis. We've seen this before. They're getting celebrity voice actors for this shit. I don't think it's that great.
Glenumbra's full of thieves. What is it you're after? Don't take this the wrong way, but we've been watching you. You've got talent and a lot of promise.
Stop! Thief!
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner? Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
Heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
Some jobs call for slick distractions and quick fingers, but you never truly know what's behind a door. Or if that's not quite your style, step out of the shadows and take a direct approach. There's other treasure all around the world, if you know where to look and are willing to fight for it. Whether it's fortune, adventure, or danger, the Thieves Guild has everything you need, as long as you're willing to take it.
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first. Oh.
And now you can buy it and get into the game, and you can play yet another forever game that people are not going to find the time to play with their friends. Once again, on Xbox Game Pass. Alas, I don't know anybody personally who plays ESO. I really don't. I have to imagine, of all the people who would be playing it, I wonder what must be going through the mind of people like Josh Strike Hayes. I wonder if his audience is really excited about it. Flight Simulator 2024. I questioned why 24.
The mountain stands here, yet it cannot be seen. The wind passes without a sound. People move within. The Moists move in secrecy, renowned for their mastery of mechanisms. As the old order begins to fall, no one can remain untouched. When all is obscured, the battle has only just begun. Beneath every mechanism, the true game lies in the human heart. This is your game to decide.
See, here's the thing. Every single time you make a new feature trailer about where winds meet, people look at the title, they see NetEase, and they say no thank you, despite the fact they're also playing Marvel Rivals. When are they gonna find the time to play this game?
Dracula's castle is just ahead.
And everyone's gonna buy a copy of this game because we have demonstrated that the French people, that made a French game with French characteristics and French lore, are working with the greats. What I'm trying to say is that if you buy this game, just like the rules I stipulated, myself, a Frenchman, about Expedition 33, no French jokes. For 3 months this time.
I have come here to destroy you, just like my father, mother, and their allies before me.
No one believed me when I said the newest Belmont would be a girl.
God has given you another chance, Rose. You must use it wisely to better control your curse and strengthen yourself.
You are no more than an irritating thing. What makes you think you can stop me this time?
I've always wanted a pet Belmont.
Stupid girl. I will show you what hell is.
I am Rose Belmont, and I will hunt the night!
That is a game that should be on Xbox Battle Pass, by the way. Yes, I'm intentionally on purpose calling it Battle Pass, because that's what it fucking is right now. It's not worth the value that it's asking for. It is basically a Battle Pass. Something that only has value when you're actively using it. Carl, that's not what most people call Battle Pass. That's what the value of a Battle Pass is. You get value out of it for being a power user. If you don't get value out of buying an ultimate game pass that is tied into your service, you're not actually getting real value out of it. You're only using it when you're using it for the shit you use. Guess what? That means your video games become burgers and fries. If they can't even put the burgers and fries in the bag for a new title in the Castlevania franchise, and it's not on Game Pass? This thing on!
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow, you discover wonderful new places. Dear friends you've always needed. And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze. As you live your days.
They perfected the look of old-time anime. Holy shit.
As dreams.
Vivarium. But the anime game that rightly should be on Game Pass does get on Game Pass, but not Belmont's Curse. Fuck you! Go fuck yourself! Fuck you! Criminy sham! Criminy sham! Shame! How dare you, Maurice? You walk into my house, you fucked my cat, you fucked my dog, and you tell me that you think that is correct and right. I tell you, you are wrong. You do not know ball. I will not believe you ball having knowledge. No, I am not believing. No, believe it.
World premiere.
I'm not gonna make a guess. That's right, Persona 6. I guess it's gonna be more like a horror game. Coming when? No. Coming when? Coming when? Because none of this shit screams Persona to me, okay? So we're obviously going in a different franchise direction. And that's good. Get the fucking weeaboos out of here. Specifically, the hoodweeps. However, when? 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 We don't get to know. Okay. Ain't my thing. I'll look over here. I open up this screen. I type in here. When is Persona 6 releasing? Atlus has not yet announced an official date for Persona 6, listing its launch window broadly as to be determined. However, industry insiders and prominent leaders point to a tentative target in late 2027, potentially around September, though official corporate schedules from Sega currently in place it upon a general upcoming plans. So, the answer is, this was made to manufacture hype. And allegedly, 2 months ago, they are claiming that they are going to list this sometime in September 2027. The most recent announcement from, ironically, Vice says that Persona 6 release date is updated in Sega Financial Report, and they have released a release update in the financial report, although yet to announce an official launch window. The new details suggest the players could be waiting longer than expected for the highly anticipated Atlus RPG. Releasing as to be determined, with the company not currently committing to a 2027 launch. While this might sound like a non-answer, it is noteworthy that the publisher won't confirm a release date, never announced that it would come out next year. Multiple leaks claim that it's planned for the second half of 2027, which means that has to be quarter 3, quarter 4. Because if Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition is June 24th this year, Metaphor ReFantazio is November 12th this year, and Stranger Than Heaven is January 15th next year, and Persona 4 Revival is slated for February 18th next year, Crazy Taxi World Tour is on the pace, Ultra Fighter Crossword is on the pace, Total War Warhammer 400 is on the pace, Total War More Evil is on the pace, Alien Isolation is on the pace, Golden Axe is on the pace, Jet Set Radio is on the pace, Streets of Rage is on the pace, but they refuse to show a tentative release date year for any of those titles, which are all being released as to be determined. So it has to be 2027, 2028. I'm going to take the long shot and say 28. Early 28. The entirety of the holiday season into January 1st. Also, what the fuck is the point of Flash and get it day 1 and day pass if you don't tell people when to be hyped for it? Take this shit off the slate!
World premiere.
Yes, it's in the market report slate. They haven't released a tentative date for it, but they have something coming up for it. Spyro. Crash Bandicoot basically dead after Crash 4, because it was that bad. Activision lays a stinker. Almost literally no liquidity, no movement. Spyro, not only the first to get his remake trilogy, but also the first to actually get a game of actual value. Spyro players, stay winning. Crash Bandicoot lovers, stay losing. Carl cries a small weeping tear. Now motherfuckers are starving, huh? Starving a lot more than Metroid players, huh? How that shit taste? Halfway through the show.
It's my kind of night. Alarms are ringing.
You deserve it for liking Bandicoot. No, I don't. I have a passing affection for Crash Bandicoot. But listen, the old Crash Bandicoot games deserve to be remade too. It's not just Crash 1, it's not just Crash 2, it's not just Crash 3. It's also the Wrath of Cortex. It's also the Insanity Saga. They deserve recognition. They deserve remakes. If they can remake Crash, if they can remake Spyro, if they can try to teach you to love DeLong for Sly Cooper, if they can rage bait you on quintessential PlayStation classics and platinums of the past, they can bring them to the future and do the entire franchise. All of them. Including the party games. Including Crash Nitro Racing. They can do it. They've done it before. They can do it again. Anything short of that is rage bait. On purpose. Purposefully. Purposeful rage bait.
Bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My finger slipped. And every copper in the tangle is on my tail.
Hooligans, come to order! Piss off!
Let me introduce you to some of my esteemed colleagues.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
Morgan! Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me. Everyone knows you're easy pickings for someone with any sand. Then give my regards to the Sandman Wolf. Cheap rubbish.
A corpse in hand is worth two in the grave, as they say.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me. I'm Anne fucking Darrow.
Time to lay our hands
I don't know who the fuck that is. Why would I care? And why did she get announced like that?
to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. To put in the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I find a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat. How sad. You were all doing so well.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this. You've just jumped about 25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
This life ain't one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favour. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth. What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak. The pimp, the blood, the priest, who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya, the ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with company up, oh, downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Nothing's ever given to folk like us, especially not the future. But this time, we've a chance to steal it. What more can an honest thief ask for?
Downstairs, well, they're all going to screw you in the end.
Clockwork Revolution. An anachronistic timeline of content, but it's also basically, imagine if an artificer got access to a literal functioning time machine. 'Cause reasons. Not a bad concept, honestly. And there goes the excitement out of the room. Oh my god! All the excitement gone. Dead. We want to be able to have platform security by bringing our exclusives to the platform to give people a reason to support our... Ah, shut up! That's why Xbox Game Pass is gonna fail. That's why it's gonna fail. Lock, stock, and two smoking barrels. A concept. A good concept, even if it's a single player title, that actually has real fun to it. But something that has real fun to it. Real legs. And you lock it to your platform! You're not gonna get brand loyalty out of denying the software if people can just emulate the hardware. In other words, you're not making people want to support your content. What you're making them do is think of faster ways to increase the speed at which we emulate the console. And whatever happens next is your fault. You made us do this. Why did you do this? Why did you make us do this? We want to give you money. We're consumers. We're not ball and gun gamers. We actually have real amounts of money. But you just keep trying to take from us. You keep trying to take and take and take. And instead of just simply accepting what we have, you say, nah, I want everything. I want everything. Give me everything. The flagrant disrespect is the part that's wild. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience full of intriguing characters and incredible world building. And it's an Xbox console exclusive coming in 2027. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a milestone year for us as we celebrate 25 years with you, and we're excited.
Oh, yes. You know what I love to do when I love to celebrate years of time and loyalty to my brand and to my users and to my followers? I fuck them. Kappa. I fuck them in the ass. I barrel them down. I hold them down. I fuck them. I fuck them hard. And I say, don't you love this dick? Don't you love this dick? This dick's amazing, ain't it? Oh, it feels so good when you let me shit my shit down your throat, don't it? It's like you think people are, you know, like bending over and spreading their ass cheeks open, right? That's what it feels like when you're doing it. You think that they're just clasping the shit together, and they're like, "Oh, Big Daddy, I love when you financially rape me." That's not what they asked you for. And no, I rebuff and I rebuke the name BioShock. It is not a BioShock. It might be a spiritual successor to BioShock, but it's not a BioShock. Because BioShock stopped at BioShock 2. There is no additional BioShock game. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no such thing as BioShock Infinite. There is the pornographic source movie film that is made out of BioShock Infinite material, but they never released a BioShock Infinite game. It was simply a movie with trick choices. It was weird. It's a weird Mandela effect that you're suffering from. Perish the thought, Adorvis. I would love to pick the ears of the people who are doing this financial burden. I want to know where they went to financial school to. I want to. I need to know. I gotta know. Who taught them this tactic? This beautiful, wonderful display of retardation that only ever fucks people in the ass. Who taught them? Who taught them? I gotta know.
excited about our lineup of iconic games. Record-breaking Forza Horizon 6, The Return of Master Chief, rebuilt from the ground up, the extraordinary world of Fable, full...
Rebuilt from the ground up? Is that the lie you're telling me, bro? Oh yeah, we rebuilt Halo campaign retold from the ground up because we don't know how to use and make things in the original engine, bro. What a twist. I love that twist. What a twist. It aligned people about the original content of the remake that you were putting together. Is that what we're going to say about Persona 4? Huh? We remade it from the ground up because we forgot how to make actual real JRPGs without trying to neuter it for people who cannot handle sexual comments and ideals of the self outside of personal anecdotes and headcanon about a character's very obviously well translated, understood reason for motivation? Is that what we're going to tell people? Don't call it cope. Lord have mercy, don't call it cope. They'll call it anything else but what it is.
Choice and consequences. Incredible games from our partners at Sega, 4A Games, Koei Tecmo, and more. And players can look forward to 2 upcoming exclusives, Gears of War E-Day in 2026 and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. In a moment, we'll dive into Gears of War E-Day, but before we do, one franchise that has been with us from the beginning is Call of Duty. Now, it's bigger than ever, with a new Modern Warfare later this year and a movie on the way. Last month, the teams at Infinity Ward and Activision gave us a glimpse of the story and gameplay. Today, they are back with a first look at DMZ, reimagined in a way that only Call of Duty can deliver.
한반도는 질서정연하고 강력하다. 남부 차단 구역에서 발생했던 산업사고는 우리 공업계 용적 투쟁으로 이미 수습되어 적의 안전엔 흔들림이 없다. 차단 구역은 안전하다.
Another extraction shooter? How fast this one's gonna die? Hmm?
Yeah, I'm gonna head downstairs real quick. See if there's any weapons or gear laying around. No, it's a negative. It's not over here. I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna take 2 seconds.
I say again, it's a negative. Okay, get your ass upstairs.
Damn, he's down. Let's go help him.
That's on him. I told him to get his ass up here.
Copy. Where are we at on the intel?
Got it.
Let's find out HVT. On you.
Overwatch actual. Let's get intel compromise your location. Enemies are alerted to your position.
Shit.
Yeah, get over here.
Damn.
Okay, let's find out HVT.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you good, man?
Fuck.
Yeah, you're all right.
Was that the HVT?
Fuck the HVT. Just go to escalate.
Fuck! I got you, man.
You good?
Yep.
Alright, let me get some ammo. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I got it.
I'm inside.
Get your ass on the roof right now.
Copy. Please have medical. Oh, thank you. Hey, Locke, are you downstairs? Oh, shit.
Modern Warfare 4. At Fanatics Fest, you can play July 15th to 19th and get an experience of what true content is as we go to war with fictional China.
Welcome to the Coalition, here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, home of Gears of War. When Gears debuted in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare moment. A chance to honor where we've been, celebrate with our fans, and lay the foundation for where Gears is going next. To get there, we're taking it all the way back to the day the world changed and the fight began, Emergence Day. It's a day of unimaginable loss that sits at the heart of our universe. And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio and show you all the ways to play with our new movements, weapons, and modes that will make E-Day the most brutally satisfying Gears yet.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk about what this game is, I think it's important to share why we chose E-Day. When we started this project, we were moving to Unreal Engine 5. It was a new foundation with a blank slate. So we took a moment to reflect on what makes Gears so special.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't give a shit about the fucking direct presentations, because that's actually the end of the presentation, I'm pretty sure. E-Day Direct, and then afterwards, talking, gameplay, presentation, yapping, history, the recap, and that's it. So I'm going to skip that and go straight to the recap. I'm not a Gears of War fan, I'm sorry. And I have a schedule to keep. There's somebody waiting for me. Click. Goodbye, Tsunami Code.
I know why you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats.
The council has chosen.
Now you ready to get to it?
Do you expect us to go quietly?
I've proven myself.
Have you really?
I have come here to destroy you.
Welcome to the surface.
And that's basically the end of their showcase. So, what did we learn? Besides the obvious that we were told like months in advance and could predict with our legal functional brains. In the new Gears of War, And exactly that. I'm about to run out of wood. And no thought advocated men don't have that problem. But we learned there's new titles coming. We learned that the soul of the Thief franchise has been pushed inside of a game that is going to more than likely be treated like it's just a fucking throwaway title. And they desperately want you to pay for a depreciated value of Xbox Game Pass. Don't you believe it? Don't you let them use that shit on you. Get your full value. I hate getting golden rules in games like this. So, they are shooting themselves in the foot at the Xbox Studio. They are replacing all the people that they just fucking fired with H-1B visas. And they're expecting you to float the cost of the $30 cost share for the Game Pass. And they expect you to float that cost share with a smile on your face. Honestly, that's some sinister and or gangster shit. How they think you guys are just gonna buy that shit? Some of you might. But they legitimately expect you to just buy that shit. I don't think the title's worth it. Not to me, at least. Doesn't seem worth it. Doesn't seem viable. Doesn't seem fair. Then they're going to ask you to float that cost. And I don't think you should take it. Not if everything is going to basically become a compensatory title of the Xbox franchise. By them exposing it directly the way that they are. I don't see the value in that. Not for the cost that they're asking you to pay for. Can't be sold anymore because if Steam input isn't accepted on their apps and you're not paying. Well, that's the choice you have to make. Because Sony's doing it and Xbox is doing it. So, are you going to buy a Steam machine and be Team PC? Are you going to buy an Xbox and be an Xbox fanboy? Or are you going to buy a PlayStation and be a Sony pony with only one video game on that platform? Because if there's one thing that's obvious, Tokon is getting played on PS5. It's not getting played on Xbox, and it's not getting played on PC. They destroyed the fucking presentation of it. It's your choice. You choose. Are the exclusives that they have announced to you viable enough to justify you buying on the Xbox platform, or are you going to buy the game multi-platform on Steam? Those are your choices from that presentation. That's what they've laid out for you. Now, I must take my leave. I don't know when the next broadcast is going to be. What happened to Tokon? Tokon's PC release is dog shit. It's currently sitting at a 45% on Steam. They destroyed the performance rating of that game. It is being abandoned on PC so that they can play it on PS5. So now, PlayStation 5 has one game! One. Literally, it was the cry out in the dark that happened the day that the game was on release. A happy and hearty rage quit from that civilian live on camera. A happy and hearty uninstall directly from his library. Where even the pig roach himself announced something that became very fucking obvious once the actual rating locked itself in as it did. And then there are people who are still denying it. Surprisingly enough, these ones before the Xbox presentation were not bad presentations. Even if you would have found them abysmal and annoying, they hurried themselves out the door quickly. Deutsch Indie probably had the best content. Better than the Xbox presentation. And now, I must leave you. Because I must make dinner. And then, I will be joined by Get Money Dre. While we, or rather I should say I, will be engaging in my four required daily hours of Deadwatch, and I will spend that time teaching him the game. Hopefully everything goes off without a hitch. I need a piss now. I need a wicked piss now. So, doing this, I will see you all on the flip side of the broadcast.